they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back, you ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Hey, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Hey, I can never let up even if you had enough. Hey, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat this submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right.
All right. What is really good? What's good, ATP? Salute to everybody who was in the building, sleeping in the building so much tonight. You know how it is. Boxing to talk about tonight. What we do. It's a Saturday night pop-up live, right? Pop-up live tonight. Politic and building on this sport we love. A lot of things going on in the sport. Today was Misfit had a card today that was pretty interesting. I think it's still going on now, but I ain't paying for that pay-per-view, bro. Sorry, I ain't paying for no MMA fighters to box each other. But I did see the prelims, and the prelims was lit. I appreciate the prelims. A lot of things to talk about today. People being held accountable. This code thing going on in the space right now. Everybody got to stay on code. So it looks like Naji's in the crosshairs of the code enforcers in the space. We will politic about that for sure. Terence Crawford has left camp in Colorado and is now looking like he's doing a little bit of a press. 2 weeks before the fight, he's beginning to give interviews, letting it be known how the camp went. Bomac has an interview out there. They're talking about it. Seem to be very confident, getting ready to go into this fight as they should. Bomac had a lot of interesting perspective to put on this fight that I thought was real interesting. And of course, Terence Crawford is confident as he's supposed to be, but spoke on some things as well that we need to take some perspective on. Naji from Cigar Talk, salute to Naji from Cigar Talk, had a great interview as well. Great interview with Ryan Garcia. I know the space is upside down about this interview. We're going to talk about it because I do think there's this code thing is an interesting new wave of topic going on right now. And I guess I can understand how people are having a little bit of an outcry on the back end of Terence Crawford being accused, getting that jacket put on him for performance enhancement drug usage and things of that nature. And, unfortunately, the community, our community, right, seem to be the head of the propaganda being pushed on him. So I guess, you combine that with Jerron Boots Ennis, training with Canelo Alvarez, and now, Naji interviewing Ryan Garcia. I guess there's an outcry for unity in the space, and they want to know what's going on. We'll talk about it because it's a sport before anything else, competitive, not a team sport, right? So everybody got to do what they got to do, man. But we'll talk about that, and content creators as well, being able to do their job, right, and not go through that. Shout out to Select Styles in the building with the $5 holler. Said, what up, Clay? Here's a little channel support. Man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for putting some color up in there, man. And tonight I got 2 special guests that are going to be in the building as well. Getting ready to bring them up in a minute, actually. Some I don't want to call them experts, not experts, right? I'll say they have some ground, right? Some ground perspective on performance enhancement drugs, right? And things of that nature, and things that are circulating in the space. And even though it's been about a week or two, and I think it's been pretty much put to rest as far as I don't know, the magnifying glass being put on Terence Crawford or any of the fighters who are working with a Victor Conti and the snack program and things of that nature. Still wanted to always address this. So these are 2 special guests that I'm going to be bringing up to speak on that. Salute to Bruce Gas Boxing in the building. Joe Johnson in the building. Salute to you. Antonio MMA. Salute, my G. Darkest Light. Denzel Horton in the building, man. Hold on. Let me adjust this a little bit here. Let me get this together. Bear with me here. I see my guests are actually in the back. They're actually waiting on me. Probably been waiting there for a minute, probably been waiting there for a long time. I'm gonna ask them when I pull them up here. Hold on a second. Let me fix this here real quick. Let me see if I can do something here. Also, I got 3, maybe not. Let's go ahead and just do it like this. Boop. And let's go ahead and do it like this. Boop. And then let's go ahead and do this and this. Salute to my guy Casey Redder in the building. I never knew your last name, Casey.
Yeah, that's my last name is Casey Ryder. Yeah, big respects. Have me on. Claymore Rain, bringing the pain. Cannot stop the rain.
No, you can't. I like that. Can't
stop
exactly.
It.
Nah,
damn
baby.
straight.
Smoke Dog in the building. How you doing tonight, brother?
Yo, what's going on, man? My real name Smoke With Me TV.
Okay, no doubt, man. Yeah, we building. You guys have a little bit more understanding on this whole entire. I know Casey does. I'm not really familiar with you, Smoke Dog, but want to build on this topic as well. Now, also, if you guys want to bear with me, I definitely got to build on this boxing. You know what I'm saying, and talk on this what's going on in the space right now. Hold on a second here. Salute to G Chatted Up Philly in the building. Says Claymore Rain, my OG. What's up? What's good, family? Fight Sports Talk straight out of New Zealand. What's the weather like? Shout out to my guy, Fight Talk Sport in the building. Tate Bug says, Clay, what's good, family? How are you feeling? Feeling great, man. You guys know I've been on this weight loss journey. I done cut a couple of pounds, you know what I mean? Still trying to cut some more
I seen that. Big respects, Clay. Sticking to the plan, no matter what.
Thank you, man. I'm really doing that, man. And I'm proud of myself too. So I appreciate you recognizing that, man. Definitely trying to be healthy, man. I want to live forever.
That's right. Like I say, Clay, we don't get old, we get timeless. Remember that.
Yes, sir. I like that. Casey with the motivation. Exactly, man. Timeless, man. Trying to live my best life, man. But I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with what's going on in the space right now. So I'm going to do my little spit on this boxing a little bit. First topic I actually want to cover before I get into this, because this will segue into the Terence Crawford conversation as well. Let me see here. Claymore Rain. Let me see here. I had to jump on the moderator account. That's the other one is my main account, but you only got me wrenched up on this one. That's why it looked like that. I was wondering where your wrench was at, G Tatted. I swear I was looking. I'm like, damn, that's kind of weird. Shout out to ETB in the building. Everything Boxing in the building. What's good, family? How you, King?
Everything Boxing, what's going on?
Yeah, no doubt, man. Mr. Lightning Boxing in the building. So wanted to politic a little bit about and just kind of address this head on about Naji and Ryan Garcia and this whole code thing right now, right? That's going on in the space with, it started with Jaron Ennis, you know what I mean? And keep in mind, I'm knowing that this is coming off the back end of this whole entire Terence Crawford, Canelo Alvarez fight. The fight never really got the support that I think it probably should have gotten from the space, period. A big fight happening in Las Vegas. One of the biggest fights of the year, one of the biggest fights in the longest time inside of Allegiant Stadium. They're expecting, north of 60,000 people inside the stadium. And, the space seems to be a little bit disgruntled. And most of them coming from people who are not happy with Terence being arrowed. Let's be real with it. This is from 3 years ago, vendetta going on right now. You know what I'm saying? And people are trying to tear down Terence Crawford and just being really short-sighted about this whole conversation, because the reality is, as successful as this event becomes, is it may usher in a whole new era of boxing in America, right? Revitalize the whole entire space. And I think people are being short-sighted, right? They're not doing what they should be doing, which is supporting it, praying to the boxing guys that it is successful, because this opens doors for a whole nother generation of boxing on the back end of Showtime getting out of boxing, now ESPN getting out of boxing, and all these different top ranks and PBCs looking for a new home to really put on their shows. You know, the Zone is there obviously as well, but this is a Netflix huge event. I think people are just being short-sighted about it and not supporting it. And of course, I won't say no names, but some content creators started with the narrative of performance enhancement drugs, and they try to put Terence Crawford underneath it. Why? Because he's working with Victor Conti, the only scientist inside of combat sports who could possibly cheat any performance enhancement drug test. Clearly one of one, Victor Conti. Nobody else can do it but him. And if you're working with him, clearly you're on performance enhancement drugs. So, you know what I mean? So that ends up turning into that. And then now on the back end with Jaron Ennis and working over there, it's like, where's the unity? The Mexican community doesn't go out like this, right? Ryan Garcia, Canelo Alvarez, pretty much all of Canelo Alvarez's team at one point or another seems like it's popped on performance enhancement drugs, and they don't get any scrutiny, right? They actually popped on it, but Terence Crawford has to prove himself and, honestly prove himself to his own community, because I don't think anybody outside of his community is really questioning his integrity as far as, he's using it or not. But it is what it is. But here we go. Naji does an interview with Ryan Garcia. And now Devin Haney obviously holding Naji accountable. What are you doing? You're talking to Ryan Garcia. You're interviewing Ryan Garcia and calling him all types of, sellouts and, saying he's not on code. I think the reality is, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is being a fan of these fighters and building relationship with these fighters come with fine print, it seems like, at the end of the day. And it becomes dangerous to build these relationships up, right? Because Gervonta Tank Davis literally did the same thing to Naji as well, right? He did an interview with him, you know what I'm saying? And Naji went and talked to Devin and Bill or something like that, and all of a sudden Gervonta's on Twitter destroying Naji, right? It is what it is at the end of the day. This is a sport, though, mainly and most importantly. This is not the place for, in my personal opinion, for the activist, for the power to the people nonsense, right? And I don't want to call it nonsense, because outside of this sport, it's a real thing that I know I'm a black man, you know what I'm saying? But inside this sport, if Jaron Ennis goes and works with Canelo Alvarez to get some good sparring in, that's what he went and did, right? He went and got some good sparring in. So he went and did a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or it's not once in a lifetime, because I'm sure he's, from what I understand, there's a history there that they've worked with each other before as far as sparring is concerned, but he's tending to his own career. He's tending to his getting himself ready, acclimating to 154, getting ready to fight some of the hardest fights supposedly on paper that he's ever fought before, and that's what he's doing. If Naji's interviewing Ryan Garcia, same thing, right? If he's interviewing Ryan Garcia, he's getting an interview. He's a journalist, bro. And we can't even fault him, because at the end of the day, I'm getting information from the interview. I'm grateful that Naji would do an interview with Ryan Garcia and ask him the questions, some of them the hard questions. Does he have to press Ryan Garcia the way he pressed Teofimo Lopez? I mean, he could, I guess, if he wanted to, but he also gave his reasoning behind why he didn't, right? Why? Ryan apologized. Ryan took accountability for what he said. Did he mean it? Didn't he mean it? I don't know, bro. I don't know. But at the end of the day, that's up to him to make his own judgment call as far as whether or not he believes him and how he wants to move forward with it. But I do think it's kind of nonsense that the community would even think of trying to put him in some sort of box and, put him on some fake code standard that says that the whole community, including Naji Garcia, is not allowed, including Naji from Cigar Talk, is not allowed to interview Ryan Garcia. It's nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Like he's on some ban list. Nobody has control like that. None of you guys are controlling enough of the resources, the money, or the influence to say anything to a man with 175,000 plus subscribers. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? ETB's in the building. Hold on. ETB wants to link. I ain't gonna say no to you, Keon. So I ain't finna say no to you.
Can I say something right quick?
Yeah, go ahead, build. Yeah.
Like, all right, I got a relationship with a lot of these fighters. I'm very cool with a lot of them. Ray Savage, Bruce Carrington, Elijah Pierce. I'm real cool with these dudes. Now, Elijah Pierce and Ray Savage don't get along. But the way I set up my relationships with people is this: you got to know that I am a journalist in this game. I come here to talk about boxing. I ain't got no issue with nobody until you come up dirty for drugs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Casey will tell you that. I like all fighters until you pop for drugs. I was a fan of Canelo until he popped for drugs. But don't get mad at me because I interviewed somebody that you had an issue with. That 100%. Don't make no sense. I'm in this game for this. Teofimo went on a racist rant. You know what I'm saying? And I was offended. I know there's a lot of fighters that was offended. But my son, I went to a fight and my son seen him. My son, 8 years old, he don't know no better. He went straight to him to get an autograph. You know what I'm saying? And my son looks at him and goes, yo, this is my father, Smoke With Me TV. You got to do an interview with him. You take down my number. So I took his number. I'm going to call that man and I'm going to interview him. It might not go the way that people think it's going to go because I'm going to ask them questions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you can't nobody get mad. Shushu's not going to get mad at me because I did an interview with this dude.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That type of shit, getting an interview from Ryan for a journalist that's doing what we do is a good thing for us. You know what I'm saying? That brings
and it's a good thing for the space. I mean, it is what it is, bro. It's a good thing for the space. It's information. It's what this is all about, especially content creators. And there's no getting around it. You know what I mean? And that man is a journalist before he's anything else. He has loyalty to himself, loyalty to his own business, loyalty to his own whatever benefits him before, checking some box for a bunch of fans who've decided that this guy deserves to be on some sort of ban list, you know what I'm saying, from being interviewed. It doesn't matter. If it's not him, it'll be somebody else. Why not him at the end of the day? Nobody's banning that man because he said whatever he said.
My thing is, don't ban them from the podcast. Ban the motherfucker from boxing.
Right. Don't watch his fights. Don't buy his pay-per-views. But ban him that way so that he can't make it. But as long as he's part of the algorithm and the way he is, bro, the interview is going to be what it is, bro. And I don't think Naji, I just think it's kind of crazy. And I know for Naji, coming from the background he comes from, because he's from the hip hop scene and doing a lot of things with artists. I know him coming into the space, but he's used to it. He understands. He has thick skin, but he understands what it is.
You know the agenda.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he has to do his job, man. I just think it's kind of ridiculous and it's going to a whole nother level. I think support this fight, support Terence, support, the Mexicans will support Canelo Alvarez, support this event. Let's make it the biggest event possible and let's see what it does for boxing at the end of the day. Yo, salute to my guy Keon in the building. Keon, what's good with you, fam? Hey, yo, Bobby, Joe, I see you in the background, Queen. I'm not bringing up people right now at this moment. This is specifically for this. So if you want to hold for a minute or you can come up a little bit later. No doubt. Salute. I got you. Yeah. What's good, Keon?
What's good, man? As far as that topic that y'all cooking on right now, man, I respect Naji. I respect what he do. I think he could do a great job at what he does. And as far as him interviewing Ryan Garcia, I don't think nobody should have a problem with him interviewing Ryan Garcia. I feel like this, right? Unless we all as black men that's media members or content creators or whatever it may be, all come together and say, you know what? Ain't nobody interviewing him. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Everybody just block him out. Unless that happens, well, he ain't on the run for interviewing him, right? Now, if that happened, if everybody banded together and was like, we ain't interviewing him, you know what I'm saying? And then he stepped out and did it, then it would be a problem. But like you said, if it ain't him, somebody else gonna do it. So I don't have a problem with him interviewing Ryan Garcia. It is what it is. That's his job.
Right.
Can't nobody tell that man not to do his job. When he decided that's what he was gonna do as his job, that's what comes to it. You know what I'm saying? You interview the high profile. You interview that's what he does. So that's his job. But as far as how you go about the interview, that's a whole different story. You know, and this ain't no knock to Naji. I respect him, but when it came down to the whole what Ryan Garcia was saying, you know, repeating the NRG, the you know,
Right.
repeating that word over and over and over and standing on it, and then how Naji kind of went about it and just gave him a pass. And when Ryan Garcia was like, hey, you know, I was just doing what streamers do, basically. You know, I was going back and forth with my homeboy, and I was just basically speaking what I felt on my mind at that time. That's what he said. You know, maybe not verbatim, but that's what he said. And yeah, I wouldn't have been like, oh yeah, well it's cool, you know, because you only did it once, and that's me, you know. But I can't tell that man how to interview. I would have went about it a different.
I feel like
I
he did
hold
hold him
on.
accountable though, right? Like he like Ryan took ownership and apologized and said that's why I apologized.
But
and said he was being reckless and said that him and his friends play like they were talking like they on Call of Duty. And y'all heard how Call of Duty, if y'all ever play Call of Duty, it gets diabolical on there.
Yeah, but I seen it live when he was doing it. Like I was watching that space live, and yeah, he was on one. He was on one, and like I said, I mean, I can't tell another man how to conduct an interview, but at the end of the day, I would have went about it different. But I mean, you know, that's him, and that's how he went about it. I don't have no problem with him interviewing Ryan Garcia, but I'm not gonna be the one to be like, oh yeah, Ryan Garcia, cool, you know, I'm gonna forgive him. We can I still don't rock with him. I'm not rocking with that because if you can say that and do it in the way that he did it, and then he stood on it afterwards, you know, just because he coming now and saying, oh man, nah, that ain't cool with me. But you know,
no, I agree.
hey, everybody rock different.
It's not about forgiving him or not forgiving him because that's a personal thing for everybody to deal with Ryan Garcia on an individual level, how they want to deal with him. But I am saying, Naji, how much more is he supposed to do? Hey, man, I don't care that you apologize. If the man apologized, you know what I'm saying? He's a journalist. He got that out of him. He got him to admit that it was wrong, that he was out of his mind, that he was being reckless, and that he shouldn't have said that. Ryan took it lightly, played with it, was serious with it, whatever he decided to do with it. But as far as Naji is concerned, he's not there to, you know what I mean, hit him over his head with a damn, you know what I'm saying, to attack him in any more than he did. He's there to get the information and to do an interview, and he's organizing the interview in a professional way, not only for the channel that he's representing, but also for the brand, right? Other fighters and other people who are that he wants to interview are going to look at it, and he's carrying himself with a certain reputation right now that makes it a safe space for the people he invites on his shows to feel free and comfortable to do interviews with him. If people are going to start worrying about being ambushed or attacked or getting the Robert Downey Jr. Treatment or the I said not Robert Downey, but there used to be a show back in the day with this guy named Robert Downey. I can't remember his last name, but he used to smoke cigarettes back in the day. I'm exposing my age right now. But this dude would really just, listen, man, it was all, if you came up on his show, it can go left. This dude would confront you in the craziest way, smoking cigarettes, blowing smoke in your face. This is back in the day when people were smoking cigarettes on talk shows. It was crazy, right? So he's not building that reputation. So at the end of the day, he's doing the interview. And
no, I wasn't. I think you kind of misunderstood the way what I was saying. Okay, I'm not saying come at him and you know do all like get crazy with him and do all of that, but it's a different way that you can kind of make him, you know, elaborate and stand on it, because the explanation that Ryan gave, like, it didn't really make no sense. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't really like. It wasn't really an apology. It was just kind of like, well, you know, I was just going back and forth like they do on Call of Duty with my, like, what is you talking about? You know, like that to me was kind of like, and he said he was saying what was on his mind at that time. So I think that, you know, instead of this is me, instead of just being like, well, yeah, you know, I kind of accept it or whatever. You can accept it, but you can elaborate and make him get, you know what I'm saying, make him elaborate on it more, you know, instead of just stand on it more, instead of just being like, yeah, you know, well, Teofimo, you know, he it was a repeated thing with him. You only did it once and it was cool. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he could have got into it
I
more,
mean,
but like I
hear
said, I
what you're
mean,
saying.
I'm not here to critique his interview because I like I said, I respect what he do. I think he do a good job at what he do, and in the moment, I wasn't there. I'm not doing the interview with him in the moment, but out from the outside looking in, that's just how I felt about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the day, Ryan admitted. Well, I think Ryan already apologized back in the day, or a couple. I don't know what happened. From what I understand, that's what Ryan was communicating. But I mean, it is what it is, man. As content creators, we should go and strive and go get those interviews so we can confront him. You know what I mean? But Naji's running his platform and doing it the way he does it. And, when you're looking at the space right now, he's probably the leader in like giving you an interview with a Gary Russell Jr. or a Terence Crawford or Ryan Garcia or Shakur Stevenson, and there's reason for it because this creation space is these fighters don't like coming up on these spaces like that. You know what I'm saying? Because it can get very dangerous real quick. You know what I mean? They'll be confronted for crazy things and not really respected on the level of the fact that they don't got to be there. You know what I mean? And they'll be treated in a way in these spaces that they would never be treated on the bigger spaces, and they won't give us the interviews and we won't get the questions answered that we want because the other spaces like Ariel Helwani, those guys, salute to those guys, they don't care about our issues, so they're not going to ask him those questions that that Naji was asking him or addressing. You know what I'm saying? So Naji's carrying it as a professional as far as I'm concerned, and look, I think we got the answers. I think if you feel like Ryan didn't mean it, you only know that because Naji asked him and he answered it in a disingenuous way, right? Ariel Helwani wouldn't even confronted him on it and asked him about it. You wouldn't even know that, you know what I'm saying, that he took it lightly. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? But that being said, there were some interviews done with Terence Crawford and with Bomac this week. You catch those interviews?
I didn't catch. I ended up not catching any of them. I've been on injured reserve for like the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, no doubt. Salute to Adel Choice in the building with the $10 super chat. Says, I think it's a black West Coast thing. Oh yeah, it definitely is. That's a fact. That's a major fact because I know over there it's a whole different energy with the whole Mexican and black thing. It's very different than in New York with the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans and you know what I mean. We have a whole different dynamic over on the East Coast and the West Coast. It holds. You know what I mean? I know it does. Let me see. He says, we are no anti-black tolerance culture. We have a lot more racial riots. I believe it than any other region. Respectfully, black is built different in California. I acknowledge that as well for sure. 100%. Because over there, like I said, in New York, Philly, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, I mean, they're saying they dropping the M-bomb. It's regular. We ain't stressing it. We grew up with these dudes in the same schools. Same, you know what I mean? And this is how we all lived under the same thing, you know what I'm saying? But I know on the West Coast it's a whole different energy. So that has to be acknowledged for sure. But Naji is from Brooklyn, right? So for whatever it's worth, Naji is from Brooklyn. But that being said, though, my guys over here, Casey Redder, basically. Casey, tell them what you do for him, because I'm going to introduce you wrong. You're end up being like, no. So just tell them what you do, like really what you do.
Explain to him, Case. Tell him.
Oh, what up? Thanks for having me on, Claymore, as always. Shout out to Smoke. All right. Shout out to ETB Boxing. Like I said, Smoke, had me break my silence last year about everything with performance enhancing drugs that I've been, heavily researched on and with my fitness panel. Some of the most lucrative in the world, Dr. Pat Davidson. Shout outs to Mac Truck out west. Shout out to OG Viking. Shout out to all the 5% groups. The 5% group, I should say, that has mentored me through my tutelage in health, wellness, and fitness. Without them, I wouldn't have half the knowledge that I have now, and I'm continuing to always learn more, staying well-versed in the universe, like I always say, keeping my head in the books and seeing what cooks. So I just want to thank you guys again for having me on, having me spit the facts over feelings, putting everything to rest. All call outs are mandatory, no matter what. I don't shy away from no questions, and I'm going to give all the real answers, live and direct, in full effect, no doubt about it. And I'm an educator. I teach young kids all the way up through college. I'm also a motivational speaker. I'm a health, youth, and wellness fitness coordinator with I Get Money Entertainment. Okay, shout out to Bobby Joe. It's my business partner in the chat. Okay, so we have a lot of collaborations coming up, moving forward for the youth, and coordinating a lot of programs for outlets and options for our young ones, trying to get them on the right track, in the right places, in the right spaces with the right faces. So I do a little bit of everything. And shout out to Team Judah too, Yoel, Zeb, my man Flat, Dion, everybody out from Gym X, my man Eric Roman, new boxing gym in Astoria, 1212 Astoria Boulevard, Hellgate Boxing. Go check that out immediately. All right, if you're out in the area, go tap in, lock in. You'll have a great experience there. So that's a little bit about me. I just try to stay in the mix with a lot of things out here in the universe and in life. So, I appreciate all the work you guys do day in and day out with the correspondence. And I know a lot goes in onto the back end that you bring to the forefront. And I just want to say I have a lot of admiration for your grind.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. So, I mean, when this information came out a few weeks ago, me and you talked a little bit on Instagram. I reached out to you immediately, right? Because you were the person who I know like could really shed some light and some perspective on it. But Victor Conte was back in the news at the time, based off of accusations that were getting put on Terence Crawford, right? And there was a whole entire narrative behind it. If anybody knows and been keeping up with the boxing space, they understand the fanaticism behind Errol Spence, behind Gervonta Tank Davis, and the fighters who end up on the opposite side of that conversation, they get really no love from the space, right? This case, Terence Crawford, is in the crosshairs of the detractors, and they bringing up Victor Conte up once again, right? His affiliation in the sport, his presence in the sport, and how no fighters who are affiliated with him can be given you can't trust any of the fighters because all of them can be on performance enhancement drugs because of his past. I mean, I won't shy away from the idea and the reality that Terence Crawford was put in the crosshairs and not Bam Rodriguez, not Caleb Plant, not Virgil Ortiz, not all the other fighters who are also working with him representing Snack. That Terence Crawford was the one that was getting the brunt of it, right? But when you saw this information started coming, you started seeing this resurface. I mean, where were you at mentally when you saw it in your mind about it?
I thought it was a bunch of reaching, okay, because everybody's looking for some type of controversy with this fight. Considering that Munguia tested positive, Oscar Valdez tested positive, everybody from Eddie Roynoso's camp, I'll call it Roynoso, okay, has tested positive, and I'll say Canelo, he got popped for one thing, and I'll always say this: when there's one, there's two, there's three. Ain't nobody just taking just one thing. Canelo has been on for a very long time. When he fought Floyd, he was 24 years old, right? Or something like that. He was a grown man. He was 152. He went to 168, okay? Then he's fighting Kovalev light heavyweight. And he's fighting Bivol light heavyweight. We have to look at the weight increases and how he's kept his strength, his agility, his endurance, his functionality, his lateral movement, his eye-hand coordination. He hasn't lost steps as he's moved up in weight, which biologically you will somehow have to sacrifice something when you move up in weight. It's just how it is. Like, for example, let's say I'm around about 230 pounds and I move up, 20% of my body weight. People say, oh, it's only 20%, but now I'm 250. So my movement's not going to be as fluid. That's number one. Crawford also was a wrestler, and everybody knows with wrestling, those guys can move up weight real fast and cut down real fast as well, especially high school wrestlers. We could look at that whole framework, and then we could tap in with that, okay? And Crawford's never been under a microscope with PEDs. Now, I'll give you an example just because I'm a man of parallels, and Smoke knows this. Me and Smoke talk all the time. We're on the phone hours and hours talking about this. If somebody's talking to Victor Conte, first, Victor Conte's been watched by the feds for a very long time. He's also one of the smartest chemists in the world. Rachel Donaire, shout outs to Rachel Donaire. She has verified everything that I've told her as she was texting Victor Conte about my theory of my knowledge base, that he co-signed everything that I said in reference to with the PEDs in the sport, in regards to certain fighters out there that, I've let people know, hey, we have to look at their progressions through their career and see, go by the eyeball test. and how it looks, and we have to be facts over feelings, and everybody's in their feelings. So for the most part, I'll say it like this: just because somebody's working with Victor Conti, that doesn't mean they're on PEDs. If I go take a picture with Jordan Belfort, am I doing insider trading on the New York Stock Exchange? No, I might be asking for financial advice. That doesn't mean I'm going to banks and robbing the whole banking system. You can't make accusations like that without inferences. Then people aren't making inferences, they're making assumptions. Inferences are based off of context clues, which then you can yield a logical, educated conclusion. So this man that Smoke brought to my attention, what's his name? Smoke, repeat it for me, because I keep forgetting it, because it really is, very insignificant to what you were telling me about what he was saying about Terrence. What is his name again?
Fagnon.
Oh, damn.
What? Yeah, right. So what was it? Was his name? Fallon Boxing? You said? What is it?
Nah. His name is Fanon Boxing.
Fanon Boxing. So when Smoke told me Fanon Boxing, when Smoke told me Fanon Boxing was accusing Terence Crawford, who you said Fanon was a lawyer at one time.
Some shit like that.
So if you're a lawyer and you're and you're throwing out things like that, that's libel and slander. So that's already breaking the law. So to me, he's a Dollar Tree lawyer. I'm gonna put it out like that. So I hope he's listening, because come with receipts, okay? If you haven't done a PED or haven't been around a PED or seen people use a PED and know what it does, don't talk about it. I don't want to hear it, because I train with IFBB pros. Number one, I'm not gonna name names. I train with the number 9 Miss Olympia competitor in the world. Mac Truck is a certified IFBB pro. My guy, Dr. Pat Davidson, is one of the most revered health and wellness fitness experts in the world. Okay, he just did a podcast with Terry Crews, Sajik Hazovic, who's another accredited high-level IFBB pro bodybuilder. And what people have to understand is that people say, well, these people XYZ never tested positive. Well, neither did Barry Bonds. That's all I got to say about that. Okay,
Right.
when people come at me and tell me, well, how could you accuse Errol Spence of being on PEDs and this other fighter when they never tested positive? Well, Barry Bonds never tested positive, and he ain't getting in the Hall of Fame. So explain that to me. Same thing with Pacquiao. So when people, come with these things, there's a lot of nuances and caveats that they're not filling in correctly by taking all the information that's gathered by their progressions through their careers, and they're getting caught up in the theatrics of the weigh-ins, of the pushing, of the shoving, of the screaming. They're not looking at the person, how they look, their body structure, their muscle bellies, how their form and structure, how their facial alignment has changed throughout the years. And I'll say that about Canelo. When you're 24 years old, your brain fully forms at 25. So he was pretty much a full-grown man when he fought Floyd. And look at how his body has changed, his strength level, his endurance level, the way he's applied pressure like nonstop in his fights. And, when you look at how his style has, kind of progressed throughout the years, his power, even Bivol said, he's never been hit like that. Bivol said his sides were black and blue for like a month after the Canelo fight. So, and he moved up to fight him. So what was he doing for that fight? Yeah, he didn't win, but Bivol's a lot bigger than Canelo is. And Bivol said that was one of the probably the toughest fight up until obviously Beterbiev that he ever had in his entire career. So, we have to look at where people were from to where they're at now. And I'll say this: I believe this Canelo and Crawford fight has been in the works for a number of years. And I'll say it like this. People said, oh, Canelo lost a step, or this and that, or his fights were boring, especially William Skull. Those basically were paid sparring sessions on a high-end level, because it looked like he was just sparring these guys. Edgar's my guy, but no disrespect to Edgar, but it looked like more like a sparring session. Like, let's keep it real. And I believe that now for this fight, because it's been in the works and there's a lot of legacy that's going to be attached to this, and this could be some type of real epic movement to getting into the Mount Rushmore of boxing. Let's be honest here, on either side. I believe this version of Canelo, you're going to see him in the best shape of his career, the strongest, the most endured, and the most versatile. The same with Crawford, but Crawford's team has never been under any any allegations. So what is with Victor Conti? They're reaching at that. Listen, listen, if I want to know about something about PEDs or chemistry, and if he's a tangible resource, I'll call Victor Conti myself and say, yo, I have a question. Can you help me out? At the end of the day, no matter what, he did time in prison. You can't condemn a guy for doing it. He paid his dues, and he's also watched by the feds because that was a big federal indictment. He made Marion Jones' career. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at things like that, right.
Let me
Go ahead, Smoke.
Quick. I don't know how people like I'm not no super thug, you know what I'm saying, no shoot 'em up, bang bang dude, but I'm a kid from the streets. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
I've been through some ill shit out here in these streets, raids, federal raids, state raids. I done been into a lot of these things. One thing I do know about the feds, when they catch you and you go back to doing the same exact thing, their eye is still on you. You still under a microscope. Now this man Victor Canty, 20-something years ago, got popped, did his time, you know what I'm saying, even ratted on people. He ratted on people, told on himself, did his time, he did the crime, he did his time. He come back and he's doing the same thing. It's 2025, about to be 2026. The way that technology works today, the way that the government is, that man, if anybody is on any type of drugs and is coming from Victor Canty, he would have been caught up again a long time ago.
Yeah.
The feds he's still under a microscope.
And keep in mind,
this one's on it. He got the snack, and the snack is this, and snack is that. Bro, the feds is on that man, bro. Leave him alone. He's good.
100%. 100%. And also to add to that, that's 100% right. And also the fact is that what people it's going over their heads in Mexico, steroids you can get off the shelf like Tylenol. Literally, you go there, you want something, you get it, you go to the counter, cash it out, do it yourself. In America, you can't do that. So that's another thing that is going over people's heads. That's why Eddie Roy Noso's team has had issues because in their native land, it's a lot more accessible. You can get a lot of lucrative items, okay? And also, like I said in the past, with the Better Biev and the whole Eurasian and Russian type of element in terms of their level of PEDs, and they've been busted in the Olympics many times, as well as China had their issues, and even like I said with the Inoue thing with Japan, that whole channel of trade. There are headquarters of underground labs that are known to provide the PEDs for their athletes. And you could have people on 100 different things in a week. It could all be out of their system, and you would never know. And that's where people that I'm not going to name names because I'm not trying to even give them any type of notoriety at all. Like on the other platforms that I was on. It doesn't matter if you take anything, like I said about the Ryan Garcia thing, the Osterine was a cover-up only because once you get busted for a PED, I believe it's a Class D felony. Once that happens, they go through a whole check of, number one, where you got it from. They check your phone records and all kinds of stuff. They trace it all the way back because those are medications. The same way Claymore, remember, and Smoke, you remember when I said about the peptide usage that was going to be coming around, and now you're seeing these peptides come out, the BPC 157, the TB 5000, okay, and I told Steve Cunningham, shout out to Steve Cunningham, condolences on the passing of his father, but you know what I'm saying, Steve Cunningham's been a big supporter of mine. He's been a big cheerleader, so, and I put him onto a lot of things, and he's understood, and he's also, become well aware of a lot of what I was talking about. The peptide wave now has been overtaking the sport because it's not as easy to detect because the half-life is so short of those items, where as PEDs, some of them that are suspended in certain solutions and certain binding agents, it could withstand in your body the half-life for a very, very, very long time. Peptides are very short-lived. It's kind of like you have to catch it when you catch it, or potentially get a blood panel. And that's what I'm pushing for, building a community of people like you guys all in this chat, and also like Rachel, Donaire, Nonito, her husband, Steve Cunningham, Zeb, and especially what happened with Zeb with Cletus Selden, who's a bum. So I'm just gonna say it
Yep.
like that. Cletus Selden,
Yep,
you're a
I did a
loser.
story on
All
that.
call
I did a whole
all
story
call
on
outs
that.
are mandatory with Cletus. I would see Cletus on the outside for what he did to Zeb. I don't care I don't care who you are, where you from. I'll meet him somewhere if he wants. I don't care because what he did was atrocious, and he got away with it because it was on the Indian reservation, and they don't
Attempted
test for
murder.
that stuff. Yes, so straight up. So Cletus Selden, if you hearing this, bro, you a bum, bro. And fan in boxing, you a bum too for even putting out libel and slander. You a lawyer, you should know better. Know better to do better so you can act better, so you can be educated better. All right, I'll call you out too, fan in boxing. Wherever you want to talk and have a conversation, we could sit down for a nice cup of coffee without coffee. Don't let that go over your head. So straight up. So people putting this information out there with, listen, if somebody says, yo, I tried XYZ item, I know what this does. This is what it affects me. This is how it reacts to my central nervous system, my cerebral cortex, my frontal cortex, my limbic system, all that stuff. Until somebody has done it themselves or has been around people and trained people that have done it or has worked with people where they've administered it to people, which I'll just say with me, I've done test subjects with diagnostics with people. I'm just going to keep it real. No, I'm not going to shy away from that. These things are real medications. They're given to either prepubescent people that have delayed onset puberty potentially, burn victims, or people that have delayed onset growth of certain types of hormonal issues that they need these items in order to be healthier, to have better bone density, to have better red blood cell count, to just have better serotonin and dopamine levels. So these things are used medicinally for a lot of ways. Now, there are creative elements and compounds that you can make. And Victor Conti was a chef. He created the clear. Okay, so that's number one. So anything with Victor Conti, he was not only had possession of it, he was making it. That's a whole other charge in itself. So the feds not only have eyes on him, they probably have something where they know where he's at all the time, and they know what he's ordering, and they watch his mail, and they watch what he's getting, and they watch his source if he's on any source boards, which is a lot of these pros like Evander Holyfield. Everybody praises Evander fake deal Holyfield. Okay, he's the fake deal. He's not the real deal. All right, because Lee Haney had nothing to do with boxing. He's an IFBB pro bodybuilder. What is he training Holyfield for? Let me know. So Holyfield, even when he fought Mike, I'm for Mike biting his ear off. Mike should have bit his nose off too because he was fighting a mutant. Okay, straight up. So real deal Holyfield, you're another bum, bro. I don't really care. You got pedigree, but how much of that pedigree is real deal? Okay, when you went from cruiserweight to heavyweight, look at when he was a cruiserweight and look when he fought Mike. Guy was built like Ray Lewis. Okay, so let's call that really what it is from the eyeball test. So that's what I really want to put out there, especially with Crawford. Listen, Crawford's been a class act. He moved up to 54, fought Mamadrov. It's not like he moved up to 68 and backed down and went up to light heavyweight and then was trying to play games at cruiserweight and then went back down to 47. Listen, we have to look at certain ways that people fought people too. Like I'll always say, Errol Spence put people's career into retirement, basically, and hurt people very bad. Mikey Garcia was fine before he fought Errol Spence. No, I know it was a weight difference. I know that. He crippled Mikey Garcia. The fight after Mikey Garcia, he looked like there was something wrong with him. And the same thing. Look at what he did with Ugas. Busted his whole face open. Put him basically more or less put him in retirement. All right. So, and if you look at the weigh-ins and look at what he did to Danny Garcia, okay, basically kind of misaligned his whole career afterwards. And Danny Garcia became depressed and all this stuff. So it's not even the psychological factor that these PEDs have on the fighter themselves, but it also when the people that have fought the people on PEDs, it really damages them physically and psychologically. And Steve Cunningham has told me he knows he fought guys that was on PEDs before. Adamek was one of them. All right, which in that whole trade of Europe and stuff like that, where they have those sanctioned underground labs that are known that that channel of trade that they're made they're given to the fighter, and that's what they do to, keep their nationalism at its apex. Like I said, with Japan, with Inoue, they want everybody like this, like the superhero, like, oh, we got our superhero. This is our guy. Like, he's going to represent us and he's going to bring us home all the belts and he's going to be the number one athlete that we have. And look at China with the Olympics. Didn't they get busted last Olympics? They got banned because they have labs too. They're known for that. So it's not even, people try to make it like, oh, you're coming at people's culture. No, it's just that certain parts of the world have these elements in it where they're able to have the right people to make it and also have the right methods to have them pass the test. And that's why when, like with Ryan Garcia with the Osterine, that was a cover-up. Because if he would have gotten popped for the real thing, that would have been a federal investigation, tons of fines, and he probably would have been banned for life if they would have backtracked and found that he actually took a whole bunch of cocktails. Remember, he did test positive for the nandrolone also that they try to wash away. And nandrolone is a PED straight up. It is not a pro-hormone. It is a real, the NOR19, I mean, that it is a pro-hormone, but he might have taken, a branch of that, but even the pro hormones are illegal too. Even though it's legal to buy, it's illegal to take for athletics. So I just want to put that out there in terms of just people that are talking on this. If you haven't done it yourself, if you haven't trained with anybody who has been using it, or if you haven't administered it or have done diagnostic research on it through a lab, keep your mouth shut. Fan Boxing and all these other guys that are talking all this nonsense, creating all these allegations about Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford has stayed at the same weight his whole career, man. Like he hasn't been bouncing back and forth. Like look at Pacquiao, went from 106 to 152. That's a 50% weight increase. Claim if I said, hey, listen, gain 50 pounds and you're still going to run a 40-yard dash the same as you did when you were 50 pounds lighter, you'd be like, really? I could do that? With these things, you can't. With these things, you can. With these things, you can. It's very possible because it strengthens your ligaments, your tendons. It can increase your endurance. Now, Canelo got tested positive for clenbuterol, which is, obviously it's not a muscle building steroid. It's actually a catabolic steroid. It's actually an asthma medication, but it reacts on, your beta 9 antagonists of your brain where you focus, you're like lit up like a Christmas tree, and it's a very, very high stimulatory effect. So, and people use that to cut weight and dry out and have an amazing training camp throughout the whole duration. And the half-life, it's out of your system in 3 days. So you can take that up until basically 3 or 4 days before fight night and be clean. So that's what I have I stress to a lot of people, especially on, and when I was on the other platforms, Clay, and I stress half-life tells the full life. That's what I say. And I'm going to say it again. The half-life of these items tell the full life of these items. And that's what I'm pushing for, is to have blood testing, not just urine testing. I believe there should be random blood testing 3 times in the training camp. Randomly, they go and they take 3 vials of blood. You're not going to lose nothing. You're not going to lose energy for the fight. Like Pacquiao said when he was going to fight Mayweather, oh, it's going to drain me out and I'm not going to have energy to fight. Nah, bro, you just don't want people to see that, you might have been taking something and then what? He had a shoulder thing and all these other things, because when you take PEDs, sometimes your ligaments and tendons can't take the strength level of the increase. So that's why a lot of people, they'll tear their shoulder, they'll tear their pec, because their ligaments and tendons can't keep up with the workload that they're doing. So it could actually, in turn, eventually work against you down the road if you're doing it too fast and you're not taking the right, mindset and the right planning in order to effectively use these items the right way. That's why you look at these bodybuilders. They say, oh, that's my trainer. And you look at him, the guy looks like he belongs in a library. That's the guy doing the numbers and the chemical protocol. So I just want to put that out there for people, not to take up too much of your time with that, but I just wanted to put that out there, give real informative truth that could be validated by anybody I mentioned before that I said. You could hit these people up. They're pro bodybuilders. They do this on themselves. They moderate it themselves. They've been around some of the best in the world to do their cycle protocols. And believe me, Canelo has a great,
team.
great one somewhere
Right.
doing the numbers. If someone's in the locker room and warming up before the fight, or you seeing these guys in the training camp videos where they're training, you're like, who's that guy in the camp? I never seen him. Who is that guy? Probably the guy doing the numbers. Probably
You
the guy
think there's
doing the
a?
cycle.
Do you believe that there's a this fight in particular? You said that we anticipate seeing the best Canelo we've seen in years, in shape, just dialed in, focus, taking his fight super serious, and different from his other fights, right?
Yeah.
And look, I don't want to start with the allegations or anything like that, but what I'm saying is this could play a factor. The science of nutrition can surface up in this fight, and
Right.
at the end of the day, this is what I've always said. I said, if you're not, I was talking to my guy Frequent a couple of days ago, and I told him most of these guys who get into this space and start messing around with these things, it's usually to compete in a space that's completely drowning in fighters or athletes that are doing this, right? Like if football players are doing it, they're doing it so they can compete against other football players who are probably doing this, right? Because how can I even compete in a space and this is for money, this is whether I start, how successful I am, how many yards I get, all these things are taken into consideration. If I'm going to compete on a quote unquote even playing field, in a field that's not even from the moment I come in, then when in Rome, what do you want me to do? You know what I'm saying? If I'm either going to compete in this space or not, I'm sure a lot of people would rather me just quit my job, not get money and feed my family, or just go get knocked out by somebody who's, Superman, some sort of Marvel comic mutant, you know what I'm saying? From your favorite comic book. But at the end of the day, to compete on this quote unquote even playing field, you better have somebody. If I'm not saying you're going to take performance enhancement drugs, but you better have the highest level doctor, nutritionist, whatever you want to call it, who can give you as close to the results in a legal way as possible, or you may be going into the ring to fight a fight you can't even win because you're fighting Superman. Does that make sense?
Right, but that's what. Right, but that and you just proved it when I said about Lee Haney. What role? Why would he? What is he? How is he training? How did he ever train Holyfield with boxing? I just want to get somebody got to give me 5 reasons of how
like,
Lee
did he
Haney.
help with his jab? Did he help with his footwork? Did he help him with his? Was he chefing? I didn't know he was. What does he do? And what is it that he does that he brought that would help a boxer, a world championship boxing? Like, I mean, I'm 100% with you, and I think there's a management of these supplements, right? There's a management of these supplements that needs to be done in a certain way to get you a certain result, because at the end of the day, the name of the game is optimize. The name of the game is be the best version of you that you could possibly be on the night that you plan on competing in whatever sport it is. And a lot of times to compete higher than you could do on your own, right? That's what all these blood panels are for, and you're deficient here and you're deficient there. And I think when people hear that Victor Conte is doing these things with Devin Haney or Terence Crawford or whoever, as far as like the blood panels and finding out where they're deficient and then helping them become efficient, they take that as, oh, he's giving them steroids. Well, if that's the case, then everybody in competitive athletic sports is using steroids. Is there a difference between steroids and what's happening with like a snack program?
Well, the snack is just really it's just a supplement company. It's like, that's just like what he's moved into, as like a product line, just to, I guess, really to show like, hey, listen, like, even though I did that, and he basically kind of, I'll say, he created the 2000 Olympics because Marion Jones won all those medals because of him, and they found that to be true, and they stripped her of it. So I believe that, like, listen, he did that as like a tool to show like, hey, I'm a changed man. I'm keeping things legit. I'm making regular supplements, nothing crazy. It's just, listen, you go to Vitamin Shop, you get it. It's very, it's basic stuff. But I'll say one thing.
The program that he has like inside of the snack facilities, there's a program where he's like drawing blood, and he's putting you in a hyperbolic chamber, and he's doing all these different things to like optimize what you do, what you're able to do as an athlete. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, drawing blood. I mean, anybody could get blood drawn from a regular doctor. He might just do that only to see, like, hey, let me see how your cholesterol is, or let me see how your C-reactive protein is, or your luteinizing hormone, your follicle stimulating hormone. Let me see how your insulin level is. So, like, if I'm doing some type of level of nutrition, okay, your insulin level is a little high. Let me drop it down a little bit. Let's cut out the sugar. Let's cut out the carbs. Let's, if you have like stubborn, areas of fat or water that you need to work on to lose, now they could devise a plan because blood tells everything. There's nothing that
Mhm.
urine will say that blood doesn't say. It doesn't. Like whatever it is, that doesn't mean someone's taking blood that, he's giving them things just because he's been attached to that years ago. So,
Right.
and my thing is we should look more into the Pacquiao fight recently, because when you roll out of bed after 6 years and you go the distance, whether if Barrios is holding back or not, you roll out of bed, you train for 2 months, and you roll out of bed, you fight a guy 17 years younger, you get a world title fight, you go the distance, you get a draw. How does that happen? That doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not biologically consistent with the timeline of normal people. And Pacquiao was never deemed a freakish athlete like LeBron James. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So he was just a very good athlete, highly conditioned. But he went from 106 to 152, and now 46 years old, you just all of a sudden coming back in and just going right into the fire for a world title shot, no questions asked, and you're just going the distance, and you're still throwing a lot of punches, and you have the endurance to go all those rounds. Like nobody looks into that. Like that's just not being, educated in the fact that, hey, let's look into this a little bit more, because somebody's been out of the game over a half a decade. Like that just doesn't make sense. And that has not been, a precedent of really any sort of
Yeah.
history in boxing. It hasn't. And I've been trying to find it. I know Ike Ibuchi fought last weekend, he won, but that's a whole different case. But like we're talking about a man like Pacquiao who retired because of injury. Now his injuries are gone, right? Where was the shoulder problem? What happened to the fatigued calves and the calf issues that he had? They're gone, right?
Mhm.
Reasoning for that. Human growth hormone takes care of all of it. All of it. Nobody's telling me nothing different. That's a fact. It's not a feeling. So when anybody wants to say, well, Pacquiao, he's had bigger calves because he's Filipino, and in that region, like he's always had big. I'm not saying that, obviously people that are from certain parts of the world genetically are exposed to certain elements that will help, their endurance, or they might have certain types of, properties, physical properties that other people don't have just because of their geographic location, which, is true. But for Pacquiao to not be even looked at in a certain way, and to have eyes on Crawford,
Right.
how does that
Right.
doesn't make any sense. Crawford we never saw Crawford 190 walking around with like, damn, this guy's looking really like jacked, his traps are to his earlobes. We never
Right.
saw that before. And he's never been in a situation where people would say, man, yeah, Terence Crawford's facial structure really looks different. But, and I say it again, if you look at Errol Spence's weighing from Danny Garcia to Mikey Garcia, it's two different body types. And that's what we have to look at weigh-ins. We have to not get caught up with the pushing, not get caught up with the shoving, not get caught up with the banter and the cursing and all this other nonsense. We have to look at how people have looked, their body structure, their muscle bellies, their shoulder development, how their chest looks, i.e., not to call him out, but Aaron Plummer, okay, he's not clean either way either. He's dirty, 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 dirty. I don't care. He's a ball rag. That's it. He can hear me. I say, yo, Aaron, what up, man? Aaron Plummer, what up? You're another one. Just admit what you're doing. At the end of the day, I don't care about people doing PEDs with baseball. Listen, at the end of the day, that was entertainment. You're hitting a ball, not people.
Right.
And also, like in football, everybody's on it, because how could you can't recover that fast in a week, and then you have practice and you got a game in 4 days, and they play twice a week now a lot of times in football. So everybody's on it. Like they're coming back from Achilles injuries in 8 months. Like that's just not for the average person that can happen unless you're supplemented with something to heal up the recovery process. Don't forget, PEDs is not just for strength, it's also for recovery. If I can fight more, I can make more money. I can get more in the mix of being pound for pound. I could get more elevation on moving up and into certain ways where I'm going to have big money fights because my frequency level of fighting so much in a period of time, and I'm not getting hurt because I'm recovering that much faster. Now I'm able to have more opportunities. So people have to really compartmentalize and look at like the progressions of how the timeline of their careers are moving. You know, like look at Canelo. He's been fighting since he's 15. Like he should be done already. Like he should have been done 8 years ago. You know, like if you want to think about the trauma, the intensity, the training camps, that's all impact. That's all you're putting your body under willing duress, but it's still duress that your body feels. Your head's still taking shots and sparring. Like there's only so much of that you could do, and you are gradually getting better as you're getting in your latter years. And me and Smoke talk about this all the time, and like that's why I'm a big proponent of getting a panel together and really like pushing this, you know, to the whatever sanctioning bodies to really get, you know, more of the blood testing and, you know, minimizing the urine testing, like, you know, instead, and just having urine as just like a base point, but really having kind of like a formula of how they would divide the blood testing up through a training camp leading up to fight night, which I think is very important to keep the integrity of the sport and to keep everything even across the world. Because as we know, I'll say it, when they fighting in Dubai, they ain't testing. They ain't testing like that. Nobody's telling me that. They're not testing like that. And you see in UFC, they get popped all the time because you know why? They want the big money fights. They want the action. They want all the angst, the fury. And you saw when Ryan, hey, listen, Clay, you remember when I told you,
yeah,
look at the difference when Ryan fought Rolly, his confidence level, he wasn't alpha. He was very like, he had his tail tucked between his legs, as opposed to when he fought Haney. When Ryan Garcia fought Haney, he was more alpha, like, yo, come at me. And like I said, there are items you could take that have a 4-hour window. You take it, it's out of your system after the fight. So, you know, and that's basically the gist of what I'm trying to put to rest, especially when I heard about when Smoke put me on to when Fan Boxing was accusing Crawford of taking things with no validation, no proof, not saying from a guy in his camp or somebody he sparred with.
That was all a big that was legitimately a hate attack campaign. It was based on nothing.
Right.
Man, it was like anybody who knows and understands the roots and the found with where this is coming from, they would understand when it comes to this topic. That platform shouldn't be a platform that's not the type of platform you want. That the pettiness and the roots of this conversation have nothing to do with clean sports or opening the eyes of the fans or asking for, you know, what people would think it is looking from the outside in. Yeah, one ass whooping that happened that has not built up from a fan base.
Like Fanon was definitely a big, huge supporter of Spence. And
that's where it comes from, bro.
That Terence Crawford couldn't do. Terence Crawford shouldn't even belong in the ring with Errol Spence. If you hear it from Fanon, you know what I'm saying? And then the way Fanon did him, like Fanon was one of them dudes. Like, yeah, did you see Derek James checking his gloves? Come on, man. He came up with every excuse on trying to say that this man Bud was doing something
that it didn't make sense. That it just didn't make sense.
Right.
And that's what it comes down to.
Right, and that's what I'm saying when you.
I mean, that's where the legitimacy behind it came from. There is no legitimacy, right? But I'm saying like the logic comes from if people ask themselves where it comes from hardcore fanaticism, like awkward, cringe, unmanly fanboy energy. Like I'm just being honest, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it respectfully necessarily, but I'm not saying it to throw a shot. I'm saying that it's coming from something where there's an obsession. There's a real deep obsession that's not many men are going to relate to it or understand.
Right. It's feelings over facts. It's feelings over facts, right, Clay? Right. You would say it's feelings over facts.
Right. It's an emotional hurt that you probably ain't going to relate to because I'm a Terence Crawford fan. When Terence Crawford 100%. Fights Canelo Alvarez, I'll be rooting for Terence Crawford to win this fight. Yep. If he loses this fight, I'm like, man, That's what's up, man. He put it all out there. There's nothing that's going to make me lose any sleep. I don't know this man. He doesn't pay my bills. I'm not going to be sitting here looking to make excuses for him like that. It's just not going to happen, bro, because I just can't that much. I just can't. It's a fight. I want to see it because of the style, because of the talent in the ring. I cannot get emotionally attached to characters on a television screen because that's all they are to a person like me as a fan. Now, if I have a personal relationship with Terrence where I can call him on the phone, like, how you doing, champ? Oh, man, are you good, man? I saw that fight, man. Yes, I will have feelings for somebody I know. But, bro, never could I watch on a television an athlete go through something and I can feel sorry. I'm not short of empathy. I can have empathy. I'm not saying I'm this stone cold, like, don't give a damn, but I can't get to the point where I'm holding ill will to the person who did it to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless they cheated, unless they get caught later, they popped on some tests, then I'll hold them accountable accordingly. But other than that, hey, bro, it's a sport.
There's gonna be someone that wins, gonna be someone that loses. That's it. And there's nothing against that. And that's what I hold a lot of respect for you, Clay, and Smoke and E2B, because you guys have the renowned mindset where you're looking at it from, hey, listen, this is their job. They're performing their job. They're doing their training for the job for that particular moment at that night. Whether they win or lose, fair and square, they put all their best efforts, their strengths and abilities on the table to showcase the world. And that's what they're doing. And you can't take nothing away from it. They're putting in the time, they're putting in the grind. And whether you win, you lose, you draw, listen, that's just part of the name of the game and the frame of the land.
Congratulations to the victor, bro. Period. Whoever wins is the better man that night. And salute to you, bro, for doing your job. If you don't, as long as you ain't dirty or you ain't doing nothing grimy, hey, bro, salute to you. Salute to the winner. Shout out to the guy who didn't win for making it a fight, especially if he makes it a fight. And we move on. We move on to more boxing and we celebrate the sport for what it is. Go ahead, Keon. My bad.
Yeah, no, I was saying, like, you know, I'm a huge Errol Spence supporter. You know, I've had personal conversations with Errol Spence. I interviewed him and all of that. And when Bud Crawford beat him, I was just like, hey, man, salute to Bud Crawford. He was the better man on that night. And I'm glad that we finally got to see who was the better man. That's it. That's all. And I remember I had to get into it with a lot of these, like, overly aggressively, you know, man fans and shit. Because, you turned on Errol Spence? I'm like, nah. Like, Errol didn't even go about it that way. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I was just glad that we finally got to see the fight and we got to see who was the better man at that point in time. That's it. That's all. Like, all of this accusing Terence Bud Crawford of being on PEDs and, like, all of that shit is pure ignorance to me. But I don't ever think that Terence Crawford has taking no PEDs, no steroids, nothing illegal. I've never thought that. You know, I think that Terence Crawford is a clean fighter, and you could tell by how he moves. Also, what I'm gonna say, we can't get up. We also can't get up here and accuse Errol Spence of being on no PEDs because I know Errol Spence's training regimen. His training regimen changed over the years. I did his training regimen, so we can't say that Errol Spence was on PEDs, and so we can't do that either because you've never heard anybody that was around Errol Spence say that he was on PEDs. You don't have any proof to even suggest that he was on PEDs. And with all these other fighters that we're talking about, like the Holyfields, the Canelos, the Barry Bonds, you've heard people come out. We have proof, even with Barry Bonds, that he never got caught. But you heard all of the allegations behind the scenes. You heard the other players and people behind the scenes coming out saying that he took it. You don't have that with Errol Spence. And if you go to Errol Spence's pictures when he was young, if the nipples and shit that people say, his nipples was like that when he was 14, 15 years old. Like Errol Spence just changed his regimen. He wasn't going as hard consistently like he was at one point. Errol Spence was training with Blu-ray, and I know that training regimen because I did it. That man was doing 700, 800 push-ups before he even started his training regimen. He was clean. So, you know, I don't think either one of those fighters was dirty. it's a lot of fighters in this game that's dirty, and we can see it. We can see it, and it's coming out, and it eventually does come out. So that's how I feel about that whole situation, man.
I'll say this, right? I don't know, right? I'm not gonna say I don't think, I don't know. I don't know of what Errol does or what he doesn't do, and I don't know what Terence does and what he doesn't do, right? But me personally, as a fan of boxing and somebody who's not educated in the performance enhancement drug spaces, which is why I have like Casey up here, and you know what I'm saying, I have people who know. For me, if you don't pop on a test, bro, I can't do nothing about it, bro. Like I can't go no deeper than that. The test. If we can get better testing, let's get better testing. But somebody who hasn't popped, I'm not going to treat them like they have popped. You know, I'm just not going to do it. I just can't do it. I don't have the credentials, you know what I'm saying, to do it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not, because if I go and accuse him, you're going to ask me, how do I know? And the answer I'm going to give you is going to hurt my credibility a lot bit more. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going to be some very superficial, dumb, man, did you see the way he jumped? Like, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. You know what I'm saying? All I know is he didn't fail the test, and that's what I have to go with. Should the test get better? Yes, especially for people like me who can't accuse somebody of anything until they pass or fail. I just can't do it. I will say this, though. I think it's easier to look at Errol Spence under a magnifying glass than Terence. Why? Because that man recovered so quickly from a car that flipped, you know what I'm saying, so many times, came back, competed at the highest level, went all the way into an undisputed fight. Correct. I'm not saying he did anything, but I'm going to say if somebody were to ask questions in that direction, I would understand where they're trying to go with. The same way that Casey said about Pacquiao coming out of nowhere, sitting away for 6 years and coming back and competing at the highest level against a champion and taking it to a draw. I'm not saying that that man's taking anything, but I can see how somebody would question somebody doing that. Mm-hmm.
Clay, remember when Pacquiao, I'm one that think that Pacquiao was taking PEDs, and this is a clear example, right? The Mayweather situation. Why were you refusing to take a blood test, right?
Correct.
Come on now, who's going to refuse to take a blood test with $40 million guaranteed? Mayweather offered him $40 million guaranteed up front. All you got to do is take the blood test, right? Yeah, so why would you refuse? Who on earth that's clean would refuse to do that, right? Also, in the Keith Thurman fight, they didn't have testing. Keith Thurman came and said, "Look, man, I don't know what's going on, but they ain't testing me. They not testing us. We don't have testing, right?" B was like, shit, I don't know what's going on. Ain't nobody came and tested me for nothing. People forget about that. So, man, it's just when certain things continue to come about around the fighter, come on, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Come on.
You're right.
But with Errol Spence, that's not the case. That's not the case with Errol Spence.
Well, the only thing I'll say with the Errol Spence thing, and to bring up to your point, Clay, about with the car situation, when there are steroids that, if not used for performance enhancing drug purposes, but I'll name the substance, because just to show that if you want to take a deep dive and research it, you can research it. So, for example, when Errol and with the nipple situation, like, you could listen, whatever he done, like whatever. And I know you work with him. I'm not coming at him in a negative way. I'm just coming at it from more of a scientific point of view, just from mentors that I know that have used in certain fashions and points in time. So when you're in the hospital and you have severe burns, like very bad burns, they give you growth hormone, a lot of it, because it repairs your skin and it regenerates a lot of parts, even just brain trauma, and kind of repairs your myelin sheath, so your brain. Also, there's another one as well, Primobolan. Okay, that's what A-Rod took, very famous for it. That's one of the safest items that women can take, one of these safest that women can take, and it's also one of the safest men can take without any side effects. And that's given to people that have severe burn problems, and that is used to also increase their red blood cell count. And when you combine these elements and these you know, these substances together. They work synergistically, and they all kind of spearhead into creating a specimen. So, like, even in terms with, like I said, the Mikey Garcia weigh-in and the Danny Garcia weigh-in, I'm not taking anything away from. I know Errol trains hard. Everybody at that level trains hard. I'm not taking nothing away from it. I'm just saying the look from those weigh-ins are different in terms of, even with the nipples, are even positioned a little differently, and the way that it's accentuated, it's different. So for it to go up and down like that, it doesn't coincide with certain things. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying like condemning him or putting a lash on. I'm just saying I'm talking about it basically from
just to kind of just to kind of help land it a little bit. Is it more so going in the direction of, if you're going to have suspicion, have things like that, and I can see where suspicion may come. But when you go at somebody like Terence Crawford, it's like, if you're going to point at certain things where I'm going to be like, okay, I get what you're going with it. It doesn't
correct.
You're seeing differences that I can acknowledge could be a sign of certain things that might not be right. But at the same time, what Keon is saying, it could just be, you know what I mean, the way it worked out, that this man works out and it looks like that. But how can we go on to Terence Crawford, somebody who there's nothing like that? You know what I'm saying? That you can put your finger on, but you're just saying it just to cut this man down. Hold on one second. I'm going to bring up somebody on this panel as well. ETB will be back. I'm sure he had a bad connection because he was already sounding bad. Shout out to my co-host
Ray. What up? Ray, what up?
We've been sitting in the back for a minute, but I didn't want to mess up the flow of the conversation.
No. Big respects to Ray.
And I'm going to bring up Bobby Joe. I got you up here. You got me looking
Bobby.
At the front of the building. Hey, how you doing? I want to bring you up here because I know you've been sitting back there patiently, give you an opportunity to build.
I'm just here to listen and support.
Okay.
Good job.
No doubt. Who are you? You know Bobby. You said you know her. So who?
Yes.
You want me to tell you who I am?
Yes, Bobby. Talk about it.
Because it's not about me. I was hoping it was not. I'm tired of it being
I want to know who you are. You're up on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I want to know who you are, what it is that you bring to. Yeah, I mean, what's going on?
Okay.
You've been sitting in the back for long. Yeah.
My name is Bobby Joe, and I grew up in New York City. I was a foster child in New York City, living in 5 different foster homes, and I sued the government to make them pay for my college education. I interned for Spike Lee for 8 years, 50 Cent for 6 years. I'm the female that discovered the I Get Money beat. I actually went out on my own and picked out the beat. I made all that shit happen with Broadway. We took the money and then we built thisis50.com. I became SAG, yada yada. Had a modeling agency, had a rental business. And I went through a lot when I was in foster care, so I ended up being addicted for 10 years to alcohol. Went to jail, was in mental facilities, rehabs, and then got clean. And I had a modeling agency at one point with 200 models and 80 in rotation and shit, like stuff like that. But I got sober, and then I built I Get Money Entertainment. And so I started out with the 2 magazines, Fiend and Silk Magazine. Fiend is a hip-hop culture magazine where we're going to bridge the gap between the eras. Silk Magazine is LGBTQ-inspired live events, more fashion and freedom of expression. So those 2 are the 2 flagship magazines that I launched, and they came out in October. They're at newsstands across New York, Atlanta, LA, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. We have 2 million readers secured nationwide, and we are at the Magazine Cafe on 37th Street in Manhattan, New York. Aside from that, I offer an internship program. We have 14 colleges approved across the country, and we have a distribution deal with Relentless TV. So we're putting the kids from the internships from college directly on set so they can get hands-on experience. We also just became a DOE vendor and a Black woman WMBE certified, and I just submitted a $50,000 proposal with 6 programs to 4 members of the DOE, and they're ecstatic. They're expediting my certificate. So now we're about to start working in the school districts of New York City, implementing nutrition, EBT-friendly meals, and getting rid of these Takis and bullshit, financial literacy and stuff. And then at the end, I'm going to give the kids their own teen magazine where it's published and distributed, and they run the whole thing themselves. And the same opportunity that I offered to the interns at from Handshake, I'm offered to the same kids who are graduating from high school where our programs are implemented, because I wouldn't have had a college education if I didn't have to sue my fucking foster care agency. So that's what I did.
Damn. Hi. Nice to meet you, Bobby Joe.
Where the fuck is my water
I
at?
be a
Where's
damn
my
lie.
water?
I say I don't know who you are now. I be a damn lie.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. No doubt. No doubt. Salute my brother Ray in the building. Yeah, but just building in on this conversation, you know what I mean? And, you know, we're getting closer to the fight. We're getting closer. It's 2 weeks away. It's sad the places that people have gone to tear down this fight, but listen, man, what God got for you, nobody can hold from you. Terence Crawford worked his tail off to get this opportunity. Some might call him undeniable at this point when you look at the adversity he faced with the across the street politics at Top Rank, and he almost didn't have the fight with Errol Spence, right? With last minute negotiations and made that fight happen, violated a lot of people's what they thought was reality about the sport, and showed the sweet science always prevails, and that commitment, the lifestyle always most of the time prevails. Eating clean, living clean, working out, being disciplined, being about this sport, not being in the wrong places but being in the right places, and ultimately culminating into the biggest challenges of your life, right? All the little steps you take, all the building blocks that built you up as a character on your biggest night, all those little moves, all those little intangibles will surface to show you as somebody who made the right decisions or somebody who didn't make the right decisions. And I think Terence is an example of that. Going into this fight with Canelo Alvarez, once again, odds against him. Once again, not too many people believing he even deserves to be in there, no less is going to compete at that level. And he's going to get a chance to do something special. And I've always said special fighters do special things. Special people do special things. It's not for everybody. Are we going to grab any 154-pounder and throw him in the ring with Canelo? Well, go ahead and catch a replay of Jermell Charlo versus Canelo Alvarez, and that'll answer your question, right? No, not anybody can do this. You know what I'm saying? But special fighters do special things, and I'm looking for some special things to happen on September 13th.
And another thing, real quick, you didn't hear Crawford say, even if he beats Canelo, that he's going to fight Bivol next. You didn't hear that?
Oh yeah, he's focused, and that's why I tell people he's taking into consideration a lot before he pulled the trigger on doing this. And I think at this point with a Terence Crawford, he has credibility to where it should at least raise some intrigue. And you'll be like, damn, is he seeing something I don't see? Because he's shown you improved already. He's an undefeated fighter, multiple weight class champion, 2 weight class undisputed champion, bro. The fight is interesting, no matter how you look at it, whether you think he's going to win or whether you think he's going to lose. Now, I want to ask my guy Keon real quick. I want to ask Keon something because it's been a journey. I believe, Keon, you started kind of like leaning towards Canelo. Then you kind of got 50-50 with it. I haven't followed up with you since our last real conversation on this fight. We're 2 weeks away. Where are you on this fight?
Well, you know, well, I actually broke that whole timeline down. I did a live stream the other night and broke that whole timeline down.
Okay.
And because at first, like you said, I was one like, man, he's sitting out 2 years. He's moving up essentially really 3 weight classes, right? He don't know how he going to be able to move in the ring with that much weight on. And I'm like, yeah, nah. And you're not just moving up against any 168-pounder. No matter how we feel about Canelo, I'm not a Canelo, like I'm not a supporter of Canelo, right? But no matter how I feel about him, no matter how we feel about him, he is one of the best fighters to ever step in the ring, right? One of the best fighters. That's just what he is. So you're not stepping in there against just you ain't going to 168 and fighting Trevor McCumbee or, you know, a B- level, C level fighter, right? You going in there and you fighting the best 168-pounder that's in the division now that David Benavidez is not in the division, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that, you know, as far as we know, Canelo's the best, right? That's in that division now. So
I know the belts.
So doing that's something that's unheard of. Roy Jones didn't go up to heavyweight and fight Lennox Lewis. You see what I'm saying? So you're doing something that's kind of like unheard of. And I'm looking at it, and so I was looking at the fight from that standpoint. Like, okay, you're not gonna hurt Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Like when Canelo starts getting to you, what are you gonna do? So I had a lot of questions, although I was like, okay, I want Bud to win. I'm going with Bud, right? But I don't think he could beat Canelo. Then I went back and I started researching, not researching, but I started studying a lot of Canelo's, like his past, like 4 or 5 fights. I started seeing a lot of, things that he doesn't do anymore in his game that he used to do. Defense is not as slick. His reflexes is not as slick. He gets hit with shots that when he was like at the top of his game, you couldn't hit him with that shit, right? And if you did, he was gonna catch you with, a 3-piece combination. It's a lot of things that I saw in areas that he was lacking in, and then I started saying, okay, Bud in his whole camp, all they've been doing is studying Canelo for the past 2 years. You know what I'm saying? They might have took some time off with a little bit of time to, go in the Madrimov fight and all of that and study Madrimov. But right after that, back to Canelo, right?
Yep.
And somebody like Bud Crawford, who is not just an elite fighter, boxer, he is an elite athlete. That dude is an elite athlete. You know what I'm saying? He's elite at anything he do. And that means
with the guy about the video game. Did you see his face when he was talking about when he was doing a little presser and he was talking? He was like, "Yo, you telling people you beat me on Tekken, bro? You know damn what he really doesn't let it slide. Like, dude, he's just competitive. He stopped the presser. Like, nah, bro, you got these people. He was dead serious, bro. Like, he's not letting it slide. Like, that man is not losing at nothing. He's dead serious.
So Clay, it's so that's what I was saying the other night. Like, and I look at him, right, and he has a mindset to, for one, he don't know how to lose. For two, he has a different type of dog in him, right? He got a different type of dog. We seen what he did when they told him that he was losing against Sean Porter. You came out and you seen a complete different fighter, right? Can't any fighter just do that, right? Just tap into a mode like that, right? You seen when he turned up in a Madrimov fight, Madrimov didn't have that in him. Madrimov turned down. Yep. Bud turned up, but Madrimov turned down. So he got like a different type of a grit and dog in him. And Canelo, I don't believe that Canelo has that in him no more, right? We've seen it to Canelo like, okay, well, shit, I just, even in the William Skull fight, Canelo didn't press the action. Canelo was just like, well, they're going to give me the win, so I'm not going to go that extra mile to exhaust myself out to try to, be impressive in this fight. He don't have that in him no more because he's made the hundreds and hundreds on top of hundreds of millions of dollars. Bud made a lot of money, but he ain't made that yet. Bud still has aspirations and dreams. So when it come down to that, man, I got to go with Bud. So but I think that Bud has to fight a fight against Canelo that he hasn't fought since probably 2015 when he fought Victor Postal. He's going to have to fight that type of fight. And if anybody's seen the Victor Postal fight, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Bud hasn't fought that style that I can remember since then, right? He's more so, he'll use some lateral movement and stuff, but he's going to be right there. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be right there. He can't fight the style that we've been seeing him fight against Canelo because, like, one thing I could tell you for sure that I don't know, but I damn sure think I know, he can't really hurt Canelo like that. If Canelo don't have the best chin in boxing, tell me who do.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? If he don't have the best chin in boxing, name me the fighter that got a better chin than him. Tell me who do. So I don't think that, and I think that Terence Bud Crawford and his whole team, they're smart enough to know we're not going to go in there and try to hurt him. Yes, we're going to try to make him respect the power, right? But we're not trying to go in there and hurt him and get him up out of there, right? Now, if it happens, well, it happened, but we're not going in there. We're going in there with a game plan that we've cooked up strictly for Canelo Alvarez off of studying him and watching him for the past 2 years. And my job is to go in there and implement this game plan that we've been working on nonstop these years. And so when it comes to that, yeah, man, I got Terence Crawford. I got a whole breakdown, but I'm not going to, it's other people that need to talk on the panel, so I'm not gonna go into all of that. But as far as Canelo, yeah, man, I just think that Terence Bud Crawford is gonna have to be able to beat Canelo, though. He's gonna have to be able to do it decisively to where you say, okay, man, he beat him clearly 9-3. He beat him clearly 10-2.
Yes.
Because if he don't,
Yeah.
and it's any type of like, well, he won, but it was kind of close.
Swing
The
rounds, he ain't
judges
getting
are
swing
not
rounds.
gonna, the
Not
judges
gonna
are not gonna give it to him because of the fact of the business of boxing. The business of boxing knows that if Terence Bud Crawford beats Canelo, he's either gonna retire or do a rematch with Canelo, right? If Canelo beats Terence Bud Crawford, they got a whole slate lined up for him.
100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So he has to do it to where it ain't he's gonna have to put on a Mayweather type of performance against Canelo. And I think that if anybody can do it, moving up essentially, like I said, 3-weight divisions, I think that he's the man that can do it. And I'm rooting for him to do it just because I was an Errol Spence fan. I think it's ignorant to talk about people want get back, because get back for what? Like these are this is their profession. Terence Bud Crawford didn't do nothing wrong to Errol Spence. He went in there and did what he trained to do. He did what he was supposed to do. So yeah, man, I'm riding with Bud, and I think that he can pull it off.
That's a great breakdown. Like really, like compartmentalizing that breakdown. Yeah. I hear what you're saying on all that.
I had to give you the round of applause. That was fire.
Good.
Hell
I
yeah.
like that.
I love the 2 years of scouting and researching that you highlighted, because I think something that gets understated and is not getting talked about enough is the fact that, in my opinion, Terence Crawford has one of the best teams in boxing. And when I'm talking about teams, I'm talking about from Bomac to sparring partners like Shakur Stevenson, to people to give him advice like Andre Ward, even Lester Martinez, intricate little pieces that people aren't paying attention to. And I think what you're going to see is a focus that's been put on Canelo for multiple years, and it's going to look different than what a lot of people think in that fight. That Bomac interview was very interesting because Bomac said Canelo's not the bigger guy. And I was like, what? And I mean, I think on the surface level, it's easier for us to say that Canelo is the bigger guy, right? He's at 168. He's been doing what he's been doing. But I thought that was interesting because Bomac is the kind of person, when he says something, I listen to him. He's not the type of person who says things just to say things. You know what I'm saying? He has a educated, well-researched, well thought out view on who Canelo Alvarez is. He has a very I'm watching this dude because Bud has been talking about this dude for years. I've been focused on this dude. I've been watching his fights. I've been watching his weaknesses. I've been watching where he's slowed down at. I also think Father Time is undefeated. And although Terence Crawford is an older fighter in age, I think Canelo's an older fighter in fights. I think he has the wear and tear. He's the aged fighter, whereas Terence Crawford has aged a lot better because he's been fighting once a year for the past 5-6 years. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere in that range. He hasn't been fighting multiple times a year, and he hasn't been in any wars. That Victor Postal fight that you talked about, I thought was also very interesting because I think that's a fight that I reference as well as far as how I'm expecting Terence to look. But I would argue that Madrimov prepared Terence in a way that people don't want to acknowledge, because what Madrimov did to Terence is he woke him up. He woke Terence up. Terence was asleep before the Madrimov fight. Terence was coming there to box and do his thing. Madrimov, that Eastern European style, and the fact that Madrimov didn't come and lean on him with the power and the weight, and he miscalled that fight. He thought that's what Madrimov was going to do. He thought Madrimov was going to try to press him because he was a smaller fighter. He didn't realize Madrimov was going to get on his toes, start jumping around, popping around, and trying to counterpunch a counterpuncher. He had to adjust. But what it made him realize is when he looked in the mirror, he said, oh, hell no. We got to take boxing serious again. I think we're going to see a dialed-in, serious Terence Crawford on September 13th. Shout out to you, Casey, because I also think we're going to see a dialed-in, serious Canelo Alvarez. No matter what happens September 13th, My prediction is boxing wins. Boxing
That's
wins.
Right. That's right.
Because America gets to see the casual fans, especially who have come in on the wave of the Gervonta Tank Davises, the Devin Haney's, the Shakurs.
Yes.
Shout out to all those guys for whatever they brought to the space, but they became fanboys of fighters and they became fanboys of promotional companies. On September 13th, the casual fans become boxing fans. They're going to see
best way to put it.
and they're going to have expectations for maybe the first time ever on boxing. They're going to look at matches getting made on boxing. They're going to say, that's a crappy matchup. I want to see a better matchup. They're going to start to see something that never thought they did, because I think a lot of people's minds going to get blown, bro. People who thought this fight wasn't going to be competitive, they're going to get educated, bro. Boxing is
yes
coming back September 13th. And it's going to be successful, and it's going to be a lot of views. It's going to be a lot of people in the building, and boxing is back September 13th on the back end of this fight. And everything after that, I mean, if you look at the rollout after that, the David Benavidez card is going to be straight up lit. David against Anthony Hardy, Devin against Brian Norman, right? You're going to see Abdullah Mason running it with Sam Noakes to try to get a championship, his first title. And this new generation of fighter coming up, man, boxing is heading into a new era, bro. It is coming into a new era, and I'm here for the whole damn show, bro. I'm here for the whole ride.
Word. Shout out to Bruce Gas, who wants to hit the lotto and take everybody to the show. If you ain't hit the like button, you're not going. That's on me. I'm calling it as it is. So y'all 70 or 20-something people sitting in the background, see you at home. Anyway, I like what everybody said, man. I just want to put it into perspective, like, you know what I mean? We definitely have to understand that both of these guys at the highest level of competition in their respectable divisions, and in boxing included. Not to mention, Bud is tried true. Canelo has been tried true, but Canelo has been, like ETB said, Keon said, you know what I mean, just subpar opponents, maybe just to get by, maybe to get to the big fights or get to the moments for the money is why he took certain fights, easier competition, but that doesn't always match up for when it is time to put on the show. I don't take nothing away from Canelo. I think he's still capable. I mean, he is the more experienced fighter, whether it be ring savvy or not. But then I'm not taking away nothing from the experience of Bud Crawford. I do think Bud Crawford is probably, most likely, and we're not going to realize this until we see it in the ring, the stronger fighter overall. I don't think he's the bigger and a more powerful fighter. When I say stronger, I mean his background in wrestling and things of that nature, his grappling and stuff is going to make him a lot stronger than what Canelo has to offer. And I think that's going to be a shock. Not to mention, Bud is very much an adapter. He adjusts, he adapts in the ring, he knows how to use certain things, and he has sparred bigger guys. When it comes to Canelo, on the other hand, Canelo is a glass of smoke and mirrors. He's not the guy that we think he is. He's better than what we think he is. Canelo's always been better than what he thinks he is, and he's always bringing something to the table that people are surprised about. As soon as you think you get the best of Canelo, boom, there you go. Knocked down or a shot that you didn't see coming, and it shocks the world. So the fight, in my opinion, is still a 50-50 fight. I do have a winner. I'm not going to reveal that. You know what I mean? We still got a couple days before we reveal who will win that fight, right? So I'm going to hold on to that prediction. But at the same time, I do want to give both these brothers their credit for getting in the ring with each other and giving us what boxing needs. The pound-for-pound best fighter in the world versus the people's champ, a.k.a. the face of boxing. I think you have no better way of setting this up for what the sport needs, as Clay said, bringing boxing back to the United States and bringing back the face of sport back to the fans, even the casual fans. This is what it needs to be, and this is how it should be. Hopefully we get this follow suit.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man, the casuals getting out. I'm telling you, we've gone through a couple of years right now. I don't know how many years, 15 years, 20 years. I don't know how long it's been, man. Maybe 10. I'll say 10. That have really become PBC fans and Top Rank fans and Gervonta Tank Davis fans or Errol Spence fans or Terence Crawford fans or Devin Haney fans, which is awesome, right? That's what's up, right? But what's happened is boxing fans have gone away. And the reason I know it is because when somebody like Turkey came into space and gave us more boxing, people cried.
Yep.
And I knew there was an issue with that. When I saw more boxing coming to you, when I saw undisputed heavyweight championships and undisputed light heavyweight champion, and I saw him pushing to finance and put together a Shakur and a Gervonta fight together, or Devin Haney and a Gervonta Tank Davis fight, or all the fights that he was trying to put together, and I saw the fans in America throw shots at that, and I saw them choose a lack of fights being given to them over all the fights being given to them just off the strength of their promotional company being bolstered up as the best promotional company. I knew they fell out of love with boxing, bro.
Yep.
Because there's no way you can sell me. Listen, bro, if I love to smoke weed, right? If that's the thing I love to do, and there's some new bud in the space that I've been trying to get to, you think I'm going to talk about not buying that bud or smoking bud because my dealer don't got it? Are you out of your mind, bro? I'm going to look at that dude like, you better get your game together. You ain't seen me last week. You know exactly where I was at, homie. You know what I'm saying? You know exactly
you was there cheaping too, homie.
I don't care about none of that. Yo, bro, we've been working with each other, been loyal for years. Brother. Shout out to your wife and your kids. I love you guys. I will be at your barbecue. It's not like I'm about to go kill for this dude. But yeah, I'm picking up that pack, bro. Because I smoke weed. That my advice to you is go holler at homie and get you a pack, and then I buy you from you. But if you think I'm gonna smoke less just so you, bro, if you don't get out my face, bro, if you don't get out my face, bro, you know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. And once I saw the boxing space start acting like that, like yo, I don't want to see that. Yo, he didn't get. Are you crazy? He's giving us so many more fights. Why are you not happy and excited? If anything, why are you not yelling at your promotional company like, bro, why you ain't the one doing this? Why you ain't talking to this dude? Are you mad Shakur's not fighting in Jersey in his next fight? Then go yell at Al Heyman, go yell at Bob Arum, go yell at Oscar De La Hoya, go yell at somebody who's supposed to give it to you and ask him why he's not giving it to you. Until then, though, I'll be watching Shakur Stevenson fight Teofimo Lopez or some other fighter that I want to see him fight in Riyadh on TV and the pay-per-view. I don't give a damn, bro. I'm here for boxing. I want to watch as much boxing as possible, competitive boxing, and that's very that needs to be said at the highest level, because I don't want to see plus 2,500 against a minus 1,600 fight. No, bro. I want to see I want to think I know who's going to win, but know that it's very possible for the other guy to win. And I think September 13th, we usher in great boxing, bro. We usher in great boxing. The sweet science will be on the stage. There'll be explosive athleticism on the stage. There will be great boxing for this era, and people will see what we saw when we watched Tito Trinidad fight Oscar De La Hoya, or when we watched Floyd Mayweather, you know what I'm saying, fight Miguel Cotto, or they'll know what we were watching and what we haven't seen in a long time in America, bro. And they'll see why American boxing has fell to the background to number 3 or number 4 in comparison to their counterparts in Japan and in Eastern Europe and in the UK. And they'll see why 96,000 plus people packed up in the building to see Daniel Dubois knock Anthony Joshua out, or why 60,000+ people stacked up inside of a building to see two guys who weren't even champions and never been champions, and Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, fight each other. They'll know what that was all about.
History,
on September 13th.
That's what it's about, right? It's sport. That's what we're missing. We're missing that. You know what I mean? We've been missing it for years.
Shut up, HLD.
What are you talking about?
They want to see Tank and Jake Paul. You know damn well.
Listen, hey,
you know damn well the last thing I want to see.
You know why people want to see it? Not us. You know, those fans, Clay was talking about. But anyway, let's get back to it.
You know, HL gonna try to go.
You know he is. Listen, he already tried to
did it too. I saw it and I had to say something. He got me. You got me. I ain't gonna hold you.
No, that was funny. Listen, man, at the end of the day, I mean, am I going to probably watch that too? Yeah, I'll watch it because I'm a boxing fan. Regardless of being an exhibition or not, whether they happen to meet at 175 or not, whatever, I don't even care. The point of the matter is I'm a boxing fan first. I'm going to watch the sport. 20 talk about the sport, be about the sport. And I think that's what we all are here for, right? We're all here to give our suggestions, to give our opinions, to bring facts to certain conversations. That's what we're here for. And the fact that we are always battling the naysayers and trying to be the bigger voice. And I don't think we're really battling. In other words, we're just speaking the truth to where people are spreading narratives and painting the Bob Ross pictures out there, just making it a sunny day when it's raining. They don't know how to talk about boxing. They don't know where to bring boxing from. So what do? They know how to bash and cash, right? So they always beg for super chats, and then they bash the fights that are happening that are not their fights, that are never happening. So when we get to look at it, we get to look at it from a standpoint of boxing fans first and casuals following. And I keep telling them, if you can spread the market out to the casual fan base, which Netflix is a strong network to do so. Amazon should have been a strong network to do so, but they leaned on somebody else to pay for the fights. They leaned on somebody else to bring you the big fight and kept putting it on pay-per-view.
Yeah, they didn't build it. And I think Dana White spoke on it, and shout out to Dana. I don't care, bro. I just don't care what these people are saying, right? Like Dana White, I fuck with Dana White, bro. I think that man is a beast. He's an animal. Is he perfect? No. Is he can he get better? Yes. Has he maybe done some fighters dirty? Yeah, just like your favorite promoter's done it. Bob has gotten in trouble, been in court. Oscar's been in court. The PBC's been in court. Everybody, this is the game. It's a nasty, lawless game. But he said something significant. And he said, you know why boxing is where it's at? Because the promoters for the past 20, 30 years, none of those promoters put anything back into boxing. They just took. They took from the fans. They took money. They didn't put back into it. That's why, and you can tell that's what they did, because when they lost their distribution deals, they couldn't even make the big fights anymore. Why? Because they didn't put nothing into it. There was no bank set up to build and make fights. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is what ended up happening. And that was the difference between the UFC and boxing, because people said that the fighters were being underpaid. But in reality, what was Dana doing? He was protecting the interests of the sport. He was growing the sport. He didn't overpay fighters so that they would fight again. He understood the reality of a fighter being overpaid. And then look, you haven't seen Errol since Terence. You haven't seen Jermell Charlo since Terence. You haven't seen certain fighters. Why? Because they're paid. They're rich. They don't need to fight. And I'm not saying starve them, but I'm saying that guy moved the way he did in the spirit of making the sport as big as he could make it. And the promoters today didn't do that. They were hustling networks. They were taking money from the networks. That's what they were doing. And I don't know if it's like I'm pointing fingers at them to say bad guy, but it is what happened. You hustled the networks. You made them pay crazy amounts of money. You paid fighters more money than they ever got paid before, so they wouldn't go across the street, so they wouldn't compete across the board with other fighters. You made a lot of money. The fighters made a lot of money, but when it's all said and done, the competitive spirit of the sport got drowned. It went away. People didn't care about, you heard fighters start talking about, we don't care about titles. You heard fighters talking about, they don't need to fight this person. Fighters were okay with not competing at the highest level because they were getting the biggest paydays, walking into the ring knowing that they about to knock this dude inside of 5 rounds out because he shouldn't even be in the ring with him. What do they care? They got a casual fan base who got mesmerized by knockouts, who got mesmerized with that and never really were honest about what they were looking at, which was non-competitive fights. You guys are watching fights that weren't even competitive. And then when you see a competitive fight like Terence Crawford and a Victor Postol, you say the fight's boring. You say, you know what I mean? You don't see, you see Williams and Payton and Shakur Stevenson fight. You go, Shakur didn't do nothing because you don't even know how to watch boxing no more. Being honest, you don't even know what you're looking at anymore. You're waiting for a knockout. And the longer the knockout takes to come, the more boring the fight is to you. I watch you guys do it all the time. If the fight goes to 12 rounds, it was a trash fight. Unless they almost killed each other like Virgil Ortiz and Bohachuk. Other than that, you aren't watching the fight and watching all the intricacies of what's going on in the fight and be like, damn, boy, that boy moving nice. Oh, man, you see how he's slipping? When Danny Jacobs fought Canelo Alvarez, that was a great fight. That was one of Canelo Alvarez's best looking fights, in my opinion, because that's when that head was on the move. If that Danny Jacobs shows up against Terence Crawford, Terence going to have a long night.
That's not necessarily true, because Greasegate, they had no problem complaining about Greasegate, right? And even it being a draw. So, I mean, some 12-round fights, they seem to support. So it's kind of crazy, but it is what it is, man. Like I said, you're hitting the nail right on the head, and people are really taking this to heart. I'm pretty sure people are in the background right now getting butthurt because they don't know how to deal with the nonsense, the nonsense that they deal with. You know what I mean? They only want to be projecting. They don't want to listen, and they don't want to respect what boxing is. The sport is called boxing for a reason. The reason why they have 12 rounds is for a reason. The reason why they have judges is for a reason. They don't. Everything is not has to be a stoppage or has to be maintained to the game where they need to use that type of the ending. I mean, yes, the knockouts happen. That's why we watch the sport because you know what I mean. If a stoppage happens, it's exciting. You know what I mean? That's just it's like a touchdown score.
Yeah, knockouts will always sell, right? Like
right.
Zuma is great to watch because you know what's going to happen.
Running back running a 99-yard touchdown, right? It's exciting. It happens, but when is it going to happen? You're waiting for it to happen, but you're watching a game.
Have you ever watched a football game not go over 20 points and it be one of the best games you ever watched?
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's where it's going with it, right?
Game and you like I used to love watching Peyton Manning played against Ray Lewis, right? Whenever I saw playing against Baltimore, low scoring game, Ray's gonna be all you're gonna see is audibles all day, right? You're gonna see Peyton Manning call an audible, then you're gonna see Ray say, hell no. And the ball's gonna get snapped on the 2-second or 1 second mark every damn time because it's a last minute snap, because there's all kind of adjustments and there's all type of, you know what I'm saying? It's hard for everybody to score, but it's such a good game because if you understand the sport, you enter into a cerebral space to where you're watching chess being played and you're stuck. You can't even get up because you're like, damn, bro. Damn, every first down is an amazing accomplishment. Right. You know what I mean? Sports have that. Good sports do that to you.
Right.
Competitive sports bring that out of you. Competitive sports make you go, damn, that round was close, man. That's a swing round, man. I ain't going to front. Like for the first minute and a half, 2 minutes, I ain't going to front. Terence was doing his thing, but Canelo turned. I wonder what the judges are thinking about that round. Because Terence won that round in my opinion, but I could see how they gave it to Canelo because the way he closed the round out. And those fights right there that challenge you and make you see the sport like you're supposed to see it, that only happens with competitive matchmaking. That does not happen when you see somebody who could just play around in the ring, dance around the ring, and knock a guy out whenever he feels like it. There's entertainment value in it. I get it. I get where you guys are coming from when you're watching that and you find entertainment in it. But the sweet science of boxing has been sleeping for a long time. And people like Shakur Stevenson, they can't be celebrated. People like Devin even can't be celebrated, right? The Vasily Lomachenkos are overrated because you can't celebrate him because you're not seeing the skill set that he brings to the table. He's not giving you the Gervonta Tank Davis performance that you want to see, the Errol Spence performance that you want to see. He's not bringing you the Moses Atuma performance that you want to see. He's bringing something else to the table that you don't know how to metabolize. You don't know how to process it because you don't know what it is because you're not watching boxing.
They're not on snack, Clay. That's why they need. They need to get the nutritionist involved.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm good. I just thought that was a great breakdown.
No, but it's the truth, man, and I'm excited. I'm excited and I'm passionate about it because, I just watched Jack Rafferty and Mark Chamberlain have a fight of the year candidate the other night in the UK. And I know nobody watched it, right? Like I know nobody cares about it, but the fight was amazing. Right. You know what I'm saying? It was amazing to see Mark Chamberlain manage the pressure of a Jack Rafferty. And you saw Jack Rafferty also, you know what I mean? Like, damn, bro, this dude's really boxing the daylights out of me. But it was also amazing to see Jack Rafferty's pressure lean on Mark Chamberlain, and Mark Chamberlain had to deal with that. And he started fading out towards the end of the match because he put on such a show in the first 3 to 4 or 5 rounds, but that power didn't translate into like discouraging Jack Rafferty. So the fight was just an amazing fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? It was an amazing fight that I know nobody cares about. Because when they look at it, they're gonna think it was boring, bro. I'm telling you, they're gonna think the fight was boring, bro. That's what they're gonna say.
You know what's great about that fight too? Not to mention the move up of Mark Chamberlain, moving up in weight, fighting the bigger fighter. If bigger fighters believe in that, because this guy's moving up, doesn't matter how tall he is, and you being a taller fighter, I'm still gonna break you down. I'm still gonna walk in there and hurt you. He had that mindset. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to come in here and hurt you.
And Mark Chamberlain had to deal with the reality that what he was doing at 135 wasn't going to work at 140, right? Like
he had to adjust.
He was loving it. He's like, oh, Jack Rafferty's just going to be walking me down? Oh, perfect. I love it. I'm going to walk him into so many shots. That dude's out of here. You don't want to walk me down. Ask all the guys I knocked out at 135. And Jack Rafferty said, 130 what? Yeah, bro, we're at 140, bro. This is going to be a different energy, bro. You better hope that power translates up here. It's going to be a long night for you. And Mark, by round 6, was like, homie ain't going nowhere, bro. I'm putting his hands on him, but homie ain't going to the left. He ain't going to the right. He ain't rubbing on his nose. Man, listen, bro, I'm tired as hell, bro. Let's see if we can make it happen. And it went a full 10 rounds. The rematch is going to be great. Mark Chamberlain's going to make the adjustments. Jack Rafferty's going to make adjustments. And it's going to be a great fight, but boxing is like that. Boxing is way more than knockouts, man. It just is. It's way more than knockouts. Bro, and this space just doesn't celebrate it in the right way.
Better be same thing. You know what I mean? Like it was a action-packed fight. It went the distance, both fights for the championship for undisputed. And it was what we wanted to see. It was real boxing at its best. There was no knockdowns, no knockouts. It was just serious. Like everybody was expecting a knockdown from Better Be. Everybody was expecting Bivol to wear out Better Be. So the expectations were there, but it never happened. Because it never happened, you seen exciting moments, and those exciting moments captivated in a great performance by both fighters in both fights. I mean, you had questionable victories on both ends of the spectrum, right? So both guys thought they won both fights, and we see where it is. So you know what I mean, rather the third fight happens or not, that's neither here or there right now. What we need to know is that part of history is a fact that history is what the fight was what it was made to be a great part of history. It created a moment in time that we can all live on. And I see when we get back to this Canelo and Bud Crawford fight, I see the same thing happen. I think we will be captivated by what takes place and what's going on in that fight, and it has to. If someone gets knocked out, whether it be Bud, whether Canelo wears himself down and Bud stops him, because you don't need power to stop nobody. That's number one.
Facts.
You just need, you know what I mean? So, if Bud stops him or knocks him down or puts him in a situation, then we're going to be, okay, wow, he overcame all the obstacles. If Canelo watches, it's going to be, oh, hey, we knew it was going to happen. Regardless of what happens, it's the excitement of the fight and anticipation of it. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. And I think that's where everyone has to get their head out of their ass and focus on the sport and just hope it's a great fight no matter what.
And also to spring off what you guys are saying, especially Ray, we have to admire the level, especially with the Bivol and Beterbiev fight, the level of how they've done their conditioning programs. Like they're not posting on Instagram at all these, these videos with edits and cuts. They're literally in like big camps, like it looks like a big warehouse, and they all train in like synchronized swimming in like these big fight camps. And the way they train, how disciplined they train. And if you saw Bivol, he just had back surgery. He said he had this back issue for 10 years. He just went under the knife. So I'm looking at him. I'm like, how did you fight a monster like Beterbiev with some type of spine issue, and you just had surgery? The doctor said he's had it for the last 10 years.
Great,
and he fought. That's what I'm saying. But I'm looking at that and I'm like, I even wrote on the picture because it recently just happened. He was in the hospital, but I said, how the hell did you even fight these? You fought Canelo with the back problem.
Right.
You fought Beterbiev twice with we're talking about your back. We're talking about you got to bend, you got to slip, you got to bob, you got to weave, you got to pull back. And the fact is that none of them guys, none of their rear shoulders touch the ropes in those fights. So to keep moving like that, and it's beyond determination. It's beyond like the iron will. It really shows like how much of their core value system stays intact. It's like you said, Clay. It's bigger than just knockouts and just punches being thrown. It's the mentality. I always say it's the grind set over the mindset. You know what I'm saying? And I'm big on the conditioning because the way those guys train, like Usyk also, these guys do these, like you said, little intricate types of training methods that a lot even out here in the States they don't do, and it falls through the cracks and it goes over their head. And those little finite differences create a big spectrum in the fight where you're like, damn, like how they even do that, like move around like that when the pressure's applied and avoid this. And listen, to not even get eaten up by a Beterbiev punch like that, during the fight, during either of those fights, and to even be almost dropped, you know, is crazy, especially when you're facing a spinal issue that you have for the last 10 years. So big respects that. Same way when Loma fought Tiafimo. He didn't do no interviews after the fight. He went right into the ambulance, into the ER to have his shoulder done. So
Yeah.
even a fight with that, basically with one arm, I'm looking like, damn, like they had injuries and they still trained through it, and they trained around it in ways where they knew they could be competitive, where maybe they would win, maybe they wouldn't, maybe they didn't think they would maybe fully win, maybe they gave themselves a chance to possibly win. But the fact is they gave themselves a chance and they didn't make any excuses, and they trained as hardest as they could, whatever limitations they had, and they went above and beyond it. And that's another thing I feel that gets overlooked in these fights, because people are always looking at the punches and, you know, the blood and the cuts and you know, people getting stunned, but it's that conditioning, the foundational elements that set the stage to even put yourself in those bright lights under with all that pressure, and you're dealing with the pain going into the fight, and you're still exceeding levels of expectations that people don't even know about, that you were going into the fight having any sort of, you know, potential health issues that you had to overcome. So I feel that even the conditioning, especially with the Bud Canelo fight, we really have to admire how hard they train and how they've been training and how they've gotten through the training and how they've set their whole embodiment for the moment, for that night, because they know what's at stake in terms of, like I said, it's like a little Mount Rushmore it's got going on with this. So
Yeah.
I'm always big on the conditioning aspect. You know what I'm saying? And
No,
that's where I
listen,
agree with what you guys are saying.
Yeah, the conditioning aspect you're bringing up is 100% something that needs to be recognized. And but once again, these are the things that you see showcased when these fights, when the matchmaking is correct, when it takes the right dancing partner to bring that type of grit out of somebody. You know what I'm saying? That matchmaking plays the biggest role in it. And I think that's something that Turkey is really focused on when he came into the sport, and what he always talked about doing. And when he paid all the money for the biggest matches he could do and make the fights as competitive, because he understood where the weakness was. He saw it. The across the street politics was killing the sport. The matchmaking was suffering, and people weren't watching fights. He told you he was a fan of Roberto Duran. He was a fan of Larry Holmes, right? He's talking about real fighters, and he wanted to go ahead and bring that, and he wanted to bring the heavyweight division back to the forefront, because we all know the saying, where as the heavyweight division moves, so does boxing. So we're going to watch, and I'm telling you guys, the undercard is going to be surprising, I think, to a lot of people. I think the fights on the undercard that people don't like because they never heard of these people, I think you're going to watch fights, and there's going to be 3 to 5 fights out of these undercard fights that are gonna be like, damn, that was competitive. Yo, them dudes just motivation. People who are dialed in and dialed into legacy, dialed into the opportunity and prize fighting, they compete differently than people who just got it made and just making easy money, bro. The silk sheets and the silk pajamas that Marvin Hagler talked about, that is some real shit, bro. Did you see how Danny Garcia walked away from Erislandy Lara when they fought and just, I'm good? You know what that is? That's my money straight. My life is straight. This fight for me. I don't need nothing. Everything I need is covered. Deuces. He did that to y'all right in the middle of the ring with no questions and no problems. Hey, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Yeah. The ref was like, "You sure?" He's like, "Hey, man, come on, man. Hey, Dad." You know what I'm saying? You put your hands on me, bro. I told you I'm done, bro. What you doing, man? And walked out the ring with no cares. This is gonna change, man. This new generation of fighter also, shout out to Xander Zayas, shout out to Abdullah Mason, shout out to Brian Norman, shout out to Devin Haney too. Yes. Shout out to all those guys who are trying to make the biggest fights, who actually want to build legacy, who follow tradition, who look at boxing. The people who got motivated and watched Marvin Hagler fight, or watched Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather fight, or watched all these fighters fights, and those fights made them say, I want to box, right? Those fights that they saw made them say, that's what I need to be doing right there. Yep. Those guys came into the game with legacy written all over their forehead, bro. And in this space, legacy can coincide with prize fighting in this new era of boxing, because it seemed like the last era of boxing, it couldn't coexist. It was like, you can always chase legacy, or you can chase money. Well, now Turkey says, hey, bro, the legacy gonna get you the money. Come chase legacy with me, and I'm gonna get you the money. They both coexist.
Yeah.
Oh, the money's in the unification. It's in the undisputed. It's in the Ring Magazine. It's in the lineal championship. That's where the money's at, bro. You want the money? The money's in the gold. It's in the jewelry.
Word.
It's in the crowd screaming your name. The money's in front of 60,000, 96,000 people watching you fight, bro. That's where the money's at. So come on and get the money. That's what you said you wanted. Come on and get the money. And as you can see, a lot of y'all favorite fighters didn't want the money as bad as you thought they wanted it, right? A lot of your favorite fighters fell back. They fell back when the money was on the table, and they were like, I might not want my ass whooped too. Hold up, man. I want the money, but I want the money in a certain way. I like when the money come in a certain way because I like
don't want to be a meme.
I like to go to the club after the fight. You heard? I like to have the after party, pop the bottles. I got things to do after the fight money. I'm not trying to go in the back of an ambulance and go to the hospital, get myself together money, or go home and rest it up because I had a hard fight money. I'm trying to go right to the club and celebrate and have a party money because I knocked out the guy who I was fighting inside of 2-3 rounds. So, listen, man, let the mantra be whatever it is for you as a boxing fan. If it's knockouts you need, they'll be there occasionally, and you can casually watch it as you've been doing it for your whole entire so-called time in fandom and boxing. But the people who want to see who really get into that cerebral aspect of the sport, we're heading into an era to where there's going to be a lot of that for you. You're probably gonna have to watch a lot of it on replay because sometimes it's going to be playing at the same damn time and you can't catch everything at once. You know what I'm saying? Like your favorite sports, you know what I'm saying? Like football. Sometimes you can't catch it all. You got to catch the other games later, and you just got to pick the ones that you're going to watch for whatever reason. Maybe you're a fan of somebody, but it'll be exciting time for boxing the same way it's been for a lot of other sports that we've been watching. Let me ask you something, Casey. Have you been paying attention at all to the Floyd Schofield Jr. Situation at all, as far as like the Riyadh season, him going to the hospital, and they tried to blame it on foul play, but there was rumors circulating that it was probably a bad weight cut and that he's probably struggling a little bit, you know what I'm saying, in the division a little bit to make that 135 pound. Have you looked into that at all or heard anything about that at all?
Well, I don't know too much about it. I do know that he was like in the hospital or something, and there was speculation about that, he was trying to pull out the fight because of it, and some things like that. He might, listen, he's a young kid, sometimes, especially with the weight cut, that could be, you got to be very careful, I would say, with cutting weight, because the biggest thing is you don't really want to mess up, your electrolyte balance, because that disrupts a lot. So, and that just goes along with even the bodybuilders that I'm in and around, and that's like the thing, like on their end, like when they want to cut down, they take a lot of diuretics, which is very, very dangerous. So you got to really kind of have a gradual approach to the weight cutting, because you don't really want to kind of kind of distort your central nervous system. You don't want to overload that in ways, and also you don't want to overload your parasympathetic nervous system, where it influences your recovery and your body's ability to regenerate, to perform better, and to perform consistently. So, listen, Schofield, he beat Tevin Farmer, handedly, like pretty easily.
Right.
And he looked pretty strong. So maybe he could.
I don't know if you saw the weigh-ins though. Did you watch the weigh-ins for that fight?
I didn't watch the weigh-ins. No, I didn't.
He had to get butt naked to make that weight. He had to get butt ass naked to make that weight.
Wow. So then if you got to do that, then, it's always about safety, because at the end of the day, like you said, like these guys, they don't want to, they're young. Like you don't want to have a cap and retire at 26. Like, you want to maximize your prime. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's saying you got to fight forever, but you want to maximize the window you have, and that's what a lot of these guys are doing. Like, that's what, I know Shushu for a long time. So like Shushu right now is maximizing his prime. Like, he's not taking a lot of punishment. You never see him like do drastic weight cuts. Same thing with Richardson Hitchens. I know Hitchens for a while, and the same thing, like they don't use training camp to cut weight. They use training camp to sharpen their tools. And that's why I always tell people, I say, you want to be in shape pretty much in and around all season. You don't want to first go to training camp to cut weight, then you got to go,
Fat
sharpen your
camp.
tools, because then
Yeah.
that's like quadrupling the load on yourself. So and I've worked with a lot of fighters where, I one fight in particular, they were 235. I had to get them to 190 in about like 10 weeks. And that was like, a big progressive overload. And I used to tell him, I said, you can't do it like this. You could get away with it maybe once, but if you keep putting yourself under that your body under that stress, eventually it'll take a toll, because, everything is based off of really hydration, with 70%, water, for a reason. So, you want to always kind of be up to hydration in the aspect where you're able to keep things more fluid all around, mind, body, soul. Because if you're cutting weight and you're doing it in a way where it's so drastic, your brain suffers really from it. Like, it just does. Like you get brain fog. Your eye hand coordination is not going to be the same. Your
Your punch
reaction time is
resistance
not
too,
going to be the
right?
same.
Your punch
Yeah,
resistance.
man,
That
and
too, right?
right, right, yeah, and you want to do it as a gradual approach, and with if Schofield had to get butt naked for that, that's, if you talk about like underwear, we're talking about ounces are
No,
making a
I'm talking.
difference. That's
Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about the blanket. You know what I mean? Nobody can see him. He had to strip down and get on that scale and hit that
right,
number.
like that's we're talking about ounces, like ounces on a scale, man. Like, that's wild. So, in terms of a health aspect, if you outgrow a weight, you just got to go with what you got to flow with, how your body's gonna go, like, and that's really what it is. And that's why I'm a firm believer in just, and like you've seen it for, a lot of fighters that have maintained their longevity and their whole career, like Floyd. Floyd was never walking around at 65 or anything like that, because he knew, like, why would I want to put that extra stress on myself when I need to really sharpen up my footwork even more, or, working more on my angles, or, just working more on my accuracy. You want to kind of zero in on those aspects, like, and obviously, you'll cut weight as you're doing all that, but you don't want to put that extra bit of turmoil throughout your whole body, where you become so distorted that you're not going to be able to have the level of consistency. And then also, you're putting yourself at risk for injury, down the
Word.
road. Even whether what you could get away with it, like I said, we can get away with it when you're younger, you're a little bit more resilient. But even when you're in your later 20s, like, it's still not the same. Like, you start, you could etch on you a little bit, and then all of a sudden it could just hit you. And you've seen fighters, and I'm sure even you can see precedents in Korea, like fighters, like, they could be 31, but like an old 31, like a
Right.
weathered, like weathered, and not from even taking hits, just from, you're like, oh, they've always, they always have like a hard training camp. They got to cut 20 pounds in like 4 weeks, and,
Do you think
things like that.
do you think there's an argument there to be made, as far as you heard about the two Japanese fighters that passed away in that event they had in
Yeah.
Japan, right? Right.
Yeah. I heard about
And
that. Yeah. Yeah.
two fighters from the same card, not like, in the same month or the same week. They were on the same card, right?
Right.
Small guys, you know how it is. I think the weight cutting in sports is something that it can be diabolical.
Big.
I put a lot of pressure on Devin Haney when you look at him getting clipped by Ryan Garcia. I think it was a bad weight cut for that fight, right? He had the raccoon
Yes.
eyes and everything. I think he also looked horrible in a lot of his other, he had other fights where he had bad weight cuts. He looked decent because he was able to manage those fights, because he was the bigger guy normally, or he had the reach, and he was able to use those abilities he had to make it through. But the weight cuts were always hard on him. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how that looks in this fight against Brian Norman, because I don't think the weight cut is going to be a bad on this. This might be one of the first Devin Haney's we watch outside of maybe that Regis Prograis fight, to where he's probably going to be feeling really good going into the fight, right? So I'm interested to see what he looks like in that. But you brought up Richardson Hitchens, another fighter who's struggling, in my personal opinion. Had to hire a nutritionist. He has an IBF title around his waist that requires him to do a 10-pound rehydration clause for every fight that he gets into. Hence why he didn't want to get in the ring with Subriel Matias and none of those guys, because he doesn't want to get depleted in the rounds with these guys, right? So 147 is screaming his name. His only act of salvation is to be unifying, right? To fight unification fights, fight against Teofimo, so he doesn't have to do the rehydration clause. And with Floyd Schofield, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I wonder, because the rumor is he's in negotiations, or Oscar's in negotiations for him to either fight Raymond Mortala for his what? IBF strap. Right? If he's having a bad weight cut, he might want to pay attention to that one. Or obviously the Lucas Body fight, it seems to be on the table for that WBA strap, which I'm sure that's the fight he actually wants. But you just saw Jaron Ennis go through it, where he had, for at least his last 2 fights, the week of the fight, it was kind of uncomfortable to look at him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he looked good on the night of the fight. He rehydrated okay. He competed, but we also saw his performances look a little pedestrian at certain times. People were saying he was getting punched on too much. People were saying, you know, his reflexes weren't there. I don't know if it was because of the weight cut, but these fighters stay in these weight classes too long, right? Like, they stay there a little too long. And in a Floyd Schofield situation, I hope he doesn't stay there one fight too long and get in the ring with a Raymond Mortala or whoever. If he needs to go, Keyshawn left, right? He went up. But these weight cuts hold a lot of these fighters hostage, and they start to look real bad, and they keep on trying to hold on. Why? Because they want to get some legacy. They want to get something they can leverage into the next division, right? They want to get a title or a significant win. They want to get something that they can leverage themselves into the next division, so they don't have to compete from the bottom and work their way up. They want to get right into a top 5, top 10 fight, and hopefully a title fight as soon as possible. But the Floyd Schofield situation I thought was interesting because it's you know, I don't know what happened in Riyadh, right? I don't know.
Right.
Senior,
we don't know.
Right. Senior screamed about foul play, right? He said somebody poisoned my son's food. They put lotion on him, and the masseuse came by and touched him, and he got sick, blah, 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 right? Whatever it is. I don't know what happened, right? But at the end of the day, I know he was in the hospital, and I know it kind of looked like my man was exhausted when you look in the hospital. An exhaustion that you go through when you're going through a hard weight cut. You know what I'm saying? Him looking good in front of Tevin Farmer was awesome, but that was a minute and some change.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
That was a beautiful fight, though. Yeah, you look
great.
He
didn't get dragged into deep water, so we don't know what his 7th or 8th round would look like. We don't know if his legs would be under him. We don't know if, like, you know, he would be, you know, maybe fighting on his back foot or moving back, and, you know, he might the tide might have shifted. We don't know. Like, he was just, it just happened that he was able to get him out of there quick. But the weight cutting, and there's even a lot of fighters, even with fighters that I know that do Muay Thai and things like that. They even, you know, one of my guys, Joel Vasquez, he fought in Thailand recently. He's a great MMA fighter. One of I would say he has the best hands in MMA. Does Muay Thai, a whole bunch of stuff. He even said his weight cut, you know, even though I think he lost by, I don't know, split decision or something like that. He even said his weight cut wasn't as best as he normally has it, where he knows he would have won that fight, you know, a lot easier than he would have anticipated. It was just, like I said, it goes back to the weight cut, because you have to really be conscious of where you're at with your weight, what you want to get to, what type of, model type of body that you would want. You want some, more density, you want more fullness. Like, how are you going to have that, happen? Like your sodium intake, your glucose intake, managing your insulin levels and things like that. That all really adds to a lot of things. And you have to really know what works for you and what works for your genetics, because everything comes back to genetics at the end of the day. It just does. Like you said about people staying in weight class for too long. It comes down to genetics. Like I said, your brain fully forms at 25. So that all plays a role. Your pituitary gland is the master hormone. So it has all the master hormones. So that all plays a role into how things grow and the growth hormone release naturally, and how all the other hormones are aligned with, will form your body when your brain is fully formed into the person that you're supposed to become genetically through your DNA. So the weight cutting is so important, and it could be dangerous. Like it really could be. And a lot of these guys do drastic measures.
Like at the end of the day, that's probably one of the things that make the sport really dangerous, right? Like the sport
Very
is already
dangerous
on its own, but those weight cuts and staying in divisions too long, and you're talking about the glucose levels and the sodium levels and all those different things.
Yeah,
that's why it probably pays to have a nutritionist, right? Like you have to have somebody. Like a lot of these fighters is freestyling and eating cheeseburgers and be like, I'm just going to cut down my cheeseburgers this fight period, and they get to the night before, like Keyshawn did, right? Keyshawn got to the 2-3 days before the fight and was like, I can't cut this weight. it ain't going nowhere, right? He's sitting here trying to freestyle it. His body's going through changes. He's growing, and his body's like, that don't work no more, bro. We ain't doing that this camp, bro. You got to do something else to get them 3 pounds off. And I think people understate, and they don't. Most people, I think, know. Like, I'm sure Keon knows. I'm sure Ray knows. I'm sure a lot of the hardcore boxing fans understand how significant that 3 pounds that Ryan Garcia brought into that ring against Devin Haney was, right? They understand, like, those last 3 pounds are like, they can make you or break you, right? Like, you can be great, cut those 3 pounds, and not be able to walk in the next morning, right? Like, yo, I can't do it. I done hurt myself. And they don't understand that's a fact, right? How important those is,
for example.
Huh? Yeah, Jaleel Hackett is another example. Fell out the damn sauna. You know what I'm saying? He fell the hell up out the sauna. Now, people are going to say that, oh, he tripped. And, okay, whatever, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you tripped while you were doing a hard weight cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe he wasn't
right.
What was you doing in the sauna? You feel me? The night before or 2 days before the fight, you was up in there relaxing. Nah, bro, you was cutting weight like you do every single fight that you have. But you're growing. You're young. You're 21. I mean, you're grown. Look at Camrell Moten. Every time you see him, he look different. Look at Xander Zayas. We watch Xander Zayas go from like a Toys R Us kid into a whole grown man, looking like, you know what I'm saying? He looking like a damn Latin singing superstar with the mustache. He done changed in front of our eyes. I question how long he's gonna stay at 154, because every time I see that man get in the ring, it's a different dude. Every time, Xander Zayas. For the last 4 fights, every fight when he gets in the ring, I'm like, damn, bro, did he get taller? Damn, bro, he got hair on his face. I mean, his bedroom probably smell like Burger King, like Whoppers with extra onion right now. You probably don't know where the smell coming from, bro. Got to change the deodorant and everything, right? You know how the kids go. I remember when my son was like that. When I the first time I walked in my son's room when he was probably 12, 13, I'm like, hey, bro, you need to wash your ass. I know you need to wash your ass right now, bro. Your room smells like onions, bro. You smell like a grown man up in here, bro. You need to wash your ass more regularly. You've been getting away with it when you 9, and you go in the bathroom and you're turning the water on and you ain't washing your ass and you think you're getting away with shit because I smell you now, bro. Now you need to go wash your ass and you need to switch up the deodorant. This shit ain't working, bro. Like, you're growing. The puberty's kicking in. All these hormones are kicking in your body and hair is growing in weird places and things of that nature. And what comes with that? Size. Right? Pause, right? I'm talking about you know, density, size. It's not easy for you to fight at those weight classes you are fighting. And I think Floyd Schofield Jr. checks the boxes, you know what I mean? As far as being a fighter who is, sometimes we don't acknowledge that a lot of these fighters are kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? In real life, they're kids, right? Like a 21-year-old person walks up to you, that is a kid to you. You giving him advice. He's calling you Unc. Like, he's calling you OG. He's a child. He's just 21, and he's competing in a sport where he has to cut weight to fight in certain weight classes, and he's fighting to be competitive in these spaces, and he's growing, and he's having growth spurts. Floyd Schofield sat out the ring for about 6 months from between the Shakur Stevenson fight and that Tevin Farmer fight. It was like 5 months, 6 months. I don't know how long it was, but that boy came back and had to strip butt naked to make weight. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just and also it's the type of workouts that you're doing that'll elicit like certain, growth, like, you know what I'm saying? So, certain exercise, like, if you do a lot of legs, it'll release more amounts of growth hormone in your body naturally. So, it's all about also knowing how much to do for each type of workout or each type of framework that you want to set up for your programming of how you want to tackle each individualized component of your training protocol. So, like there are some, workouts, especially like that fighters do, they might want more aesthetics, for, certain types of elements as they're, sparring. Like they might want to work more on their, rotator cuff, or, they might do exercises with that, won't drain them. It's just more specific for, dedicated type of pinpoint improvements, so to speak, like and things like that, where maybe like if someone's doing compound lifts during, heavy compound lifts like clean and press, and they're lightweight and they're a lighter weight and they're doing a weight cut and they're trying to cut more weight. Yeah, those are demanding exercises on your central nervous system. Like, and you're doing a weight cut, you just keep putting yourself behind the eight ball like so much that to crawl out of it, it's like, it's almost like virtually impossible because you have a certain window to fight night. It's not like, oh, you have all this time to recover. You have a date that you have. It's basically like a deadline. Like fight night is a deadline. That's it. Like, and you have to, you got to, and you also have to taper down, like you can't have high intensity till 3 days before a fight night. You're not going to have nothing left. So you have to have a certain timeline of highly intense. You start training camp, boom, 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 and then as you get closer to fight night, you're still putting in work, but you just working a little bit more on a variated approach where you kind of you kind of moving in a direction of, all right, we're gonna work more in specialized types of foundations where we're gonna zero in on more meticulous types of workouts that we're gonna tackle instead of just doing a barrage of everything, because you have to have something left for the night, like you do, like, and that's why.
I mean, and you're talking about like workouts, you're talking about nutrition, you're talking about the condition, you're talking about healthy body stuff, right? Like workout, be strong.
Right.
You know what I'm not hearing you talking about? Working on combinations, working on footwork, working on. So
right.
What I'm saying is, while all this is happening, you have to get in camp. You got to spar.
Yes.
You got to do all that, and you want to do that at a high level. So a lot of these camps, and shout out to Fly Frequency who said it earlier. He said that's one thing that Floyd Mayweather did very well, was make it to where it was never a fat camp, right? He was always walking around close to weight. So his camps was focused on that Roger Mayweather, that mitt work, and he was sparring, he was getting himself together, and he was keeping his mind sharp. And he was always, one thing that Floyd Mayweather always brought to the game, especially Money Mayweather, was that on a cerebral level, he was always the sharper fighter mentally in the ring, right? Like there's an argument to say that Canelo wasn't as sharp as he could be when he fought against Floyd Mayweather, because he probably spent most of his camp staying in weight, you know what I'm saying? So he can make that weight, because he probably really was growing and trying to be somebody else. And Floyd was the cerebral guy in the ring. He was a sharper guy who was seeing shots coming differently, who was moving differently. So a lot of these fighters lose out on their I'm not going to say their pedigree, because they have their pedigree, but lose out on their ability to deliver the best version of themselves in the ring. It's a fighter like Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson, or, fighters who box more than anything, they probably slower, a little bit more lethargic. And when we saw Devin in the ring with Ryan Garcia, I think we saw that, right? We saw a lethargic, slow, couldn't get out the way of the left hook, wait, the way he would normally get out the way he couldn't. He just wasn't himself, right? Because he was slow, he was tired, he was unmotivated, he had a fat camp, he didn't have a boxing camp. And I hear so much about Devin Haney.
It drains you, man.
Yeah, one thing I hear about Devin
drains
Haney,
you, like,
Yeah, one thing I hear about Devin Haney is people always talk about how crazy the camp looks. If you pay attention, people like Shane Mosley, for example, people who don't even have nothing vested into it for real, right, will be like, oh, the way he's looking in the camp, he's probably gonna knock somebody out. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That boy is disgusting. But then he gets a fight night, and all of a sudden, he's super tentative. He doesn't want to mix it up too much. You know what I mean? He gets hit by Ron, he's on his pockets. Why? Because when he was fighting during the sparring camp, he was fighting probably like 165, 170. He was feeling great. You know what I'm saying? He was the best version of himself sparring. But when he got in the ring that night, that boy was feeling weak and lethargic. He wasn't himself. So I think this fight coming up with Brian Norman Jr. is going to be a fight that I'm going to be watching to see and get that final question answered for myself. And that is, has the weight cut really been suppressing Devin Haney? And if the Devin Haney we've been hearing about in the camp is real, or is he an urban legend, right? Because we've never seen the Devin Haney that they talk about in the camp in the fight. I've never seen it.
That's true. You're
I've
right.
Skills,
You're right. And hopefully, like I said, hopefully he didn't have to.
Oh, you frozen? No, you're muted. You're muted. He's frozen. Oh, he's back. Is he back?
Wait, no.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
Yeah, you're muted, Ray. You're muted. But I wanna on this
My
rock
wife
clock.
is here
no,
trying to get me to sing the rest of the verse for her. I'm ignoring her.
Okay. I'm looking at this Ross Clock statement here that I put on the screen, and I kept it there because I thought it was a great question. You know what I mean? Even though it's in Ross Clock form, so it's you know what I'm saying, there's shots being thrown a little bit, but I thought it was a good question. He said, "What will Crawford do differently from weak ass Lara and trash ass Skull?" And I think it's a great question, and he's highlighting two of the best fighters at two of the fights where, you know, athletic fighters that Canelo fought against, not including obviously Floyd, right? I think what people are going to see in this fight is going to be a fighter in Terence Crawford who's a lot stronger than people think he is, man. I got this funny feeling they think it's a lion with a gazelle in the ring, right? Like the gazelle's gonna be moving around fast, and the lion's gonna be chasing the gazelle down. Eventually, the lion's gonna get him, and I think you're not gonna see as much running as you thought you was gonna see. And I think we're gonna see Terence get respect from Canelo in this fight. In other words, I think he has respectable power in this fight that people are sleeping on. I think when he hits Canelo, Canelo's gonna take shots, and he's going to say, "Yeah, I don't want to keep getting hit like that. That's not what I want to do tonight." Right. You feel me? Like I'm getting hit. Yeah. I could take some work, but I don't need to be taking that much work. He's not hitting. He's not the softest puncher I've ever been in the ring with. Correct. You know what I'm trying to say? Right? Correct. And that's something that Floyd always brought to the table. Floyd was always, people talked about his hands being brittle and, you know, him not punching hard, but amazingly enough, he's able to get the respect of a Miguel Cotto. He's able to get the respect of a Manny Pacquiao. Their punch output ain't the same against him like it is in other fighters. And you might.
And we heard Berto many times talking about the fight with Floyd. Berto kept it very real when he fought Floyd. Man, he's kept the same tone and how, you know, he's like, man, like it was just hard to really time him, and the way he was throwing the punches at the angles and the moving around, and Berto, you know, Berto's punch output was crazy, and Berto at one point had the fastest hands in boxing next to Gary Russell Jr. I think at one point that was like, and Amir Khan, they like had the top three hands, and he said I couldn't even like really time him to really get to where I had to get to with him. So even just like you were saying with Floyd, like brittle hands or not, like when you get hit in areas like especially pressure points, I would say pressure points bring you down to a point. So it's not even about like even having the strongest hands, but like just the pinpoint accuracy. And that's what Berto always said about Floyd, is that the accuracy that he pinpointed, it just had that extra little bite to it that like a normal puncher that's not on that level, it might not have the same effect, only because he's really mastered that and how to do that, like really get punched to that certain rib shot that the casual fighter might not really know how to do as well as Floyd. But that's when I was even watching that with Bird the other day when he was talking about the Floyd fight again. And, you know, that's where, you know, he even gave Floyd all the respect. And that's what you're saying is 100% correct.
Now, you know, I want to segue into another conversation real quick here. And I want to talk about the mental aspect and the mental, you know, fighting and boxing being 70 to 80% mental and 20 to 30% physical. And I'm giving that range because you have different trainers and fighters who will give different numbers to that. And some will say it's 90% mental and 10% physical, right? But Ryan Garcia had an interview with Naji from Cigar Talk, and it was a great interview, by the way. Shout out to Naji from Cigar Talk. And what I walked away from that interview thinking about was, I was thinking about Gervonta again. I was thinking about Teofimo Lopez. I was thinking about Ryan Garcia. I was thinking about Daniel Dubois. And why was I thinking about these fighters who seemingly may have nothing to do with each other? Mental health, bro. Yep. These fighters, I walked away from that interview going, Ryan Garcia is still having a hard time dialing in. He's having a hard time mentally. Skill set wise, I don't know if we've ever really seen Ryan Garcia at his best. Maybe when he fought lesser fighters, but it seems like mentally he just can't get past that mental block. And Gervonta Tank Davis right now entertaining retirement because mentally he can't dial into the game anymore. He can't dial into the competitive space to compete at the highest level or want to challenge himself and compete at the highest level. You look at Teofimo Lopez, I think that's a mental case 101. I think watching the way he moves and the way he's with his antics and all that, I think that's all mental challenges that's going on. where are you guys at on that part of the game? And when it comes to Ryan Garcia, when it comes to these fighters like Gervonta Tank Davis, where are we at on this mental aspect of the sport? And these fighters, seemingly a lot of them, they just, I just mentioned the most popular ones, but a lot of these fighters, we watching it happen, and it seems like mentally they're not able to dial in. Daniel Dubois, we watched him completely just dial out. He fell down. Usyk put him down. That man looked to his corner, looked for his daddy, got up and walked to his corner, bro, and gave. A lot of people felt like he just gave up that fight. Right. And we watched him people question his grit. What do you think that comes from, and where do you think we're at with that in this sport right now?
That's funny you say that. I literally was looking at something. I like to read certain things, and something I was reading was telling you about how people give you expectations and always correcting you when you make mistakes, and how that can transition into you growing up as an adult in certain things. Whether you're, in some cases, let's just speak for what Gervonta said. He ran to the doorstep. He was homeless at some points, and whatever the case may be. And that mental fortitude, or you were Ryan Garcia, who did everything he had to do to get you to where he had to get you to, right? Teofimo Lopez, whose father was always in those corners. It seems that there's always been a teacher or a person that gave them some something to kept pushing them. Let's put it that way. They pushed them, and sometimes I think when you push kids or you push young adults and put them in situations, rather it have been whoever their person they look up to or person teaching them in that lesson, giving them that aspect and telling them they can do better instead of just letting them grow into certain areas. Right. I find myself as a coach sometimes doing that, right? Right. It hurts them. It makes them second guess themselves a lot. And then they get to a point where they achieve because they reach that plateau where they start getting affected by it, because then there's no more coaching or that stuff that pushed them, that they needed that edge. I think it creates an edge, and it hurts them. And then they feel that once they are successful, they rebel back, they push back. Now they're no longer in need of your knowledge or you teaching them anymore, because they already know everything. And you see it with your kids as they grow up. I'm pretty sure a lot of us have kids. Your kids do it. So I think when that happens, they get to a point. Even myself, I've done that too. Where I was shy. I let people dictate certain things. I'm pretty sure we all ran into that boat with adults, and then we get older and we learn our lesson, and we're like, you know what? I don't need you to tell me that no more. I know not to cross the street when cars are coming. What do you keep telling me this for? Both ways. I know, but the fact is, we have to get to that point. And I think with these boxers, I think they got to a point where mentally they've been challenged. They've been pushed. They've been so far pushed via our reasoning, because we're not on that level of athleticism that we would never understand, but it breaks them. And I think they're human. And a lot of people don't realize these guys are human.
And they're
kids.
When they get
broken, and when they get broken like that, it shows. And they only have one way of expressing it, and that's through public eyes. Or when they get a chance, they get a mic in their face and they express themselves to tell these people, and they still don't get a break from that. Because the people get at them like, why are you telling people this? Why are you doing? And there it goes, right back to the correcting again, instead of listening to them and trying to help them. And I think that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. I'll land my point.
Yeah, I mean, I think with these fighters is that they're kids. I think it's a lot, man. I think they're kids at the end of the day, and I think you're seeing it happening in a lot of these fighters. Mic check. Okay, I think that that a lot of these fighters have lost out on their childhood because of boxing. A lot of these fighters committed their lives to boxing, and they got into the reward, the celebration, the good fighters. I'm talking about the special ones, the Keyshawn Davises, the Shakur Stevens, the Gervonta Tank Davises, the Devin Haney's. These guys have been celebrated a lot through boxing. And there is a diva energy, that comes from them. And when they get to the highest level and that diva energy starts to get challenged by competitive, by the sport becoming real competitive, I think a lot of them, they break when it comes to that. I think when you look at Teofimo Lopez, you're looking at somebody who expected to be in the same space as a lot of other fighters in the space financially, and that never happened. And I think he had a childlike response to it, a spoiled childlike response to it. And I'm not going to do this game no more. I'm not going to play no more. Or, I'm going to, they want to hear antics, I'm going to say crazy things. I think when you look at Ryan Garcia, I think you're looking at the pressure of failure. I think the pedestal he got put on through YouTube and a celebration who he's supposed to be, I think he became very nerve-wracking, a lot of anxiety when it came down to the big conversations happening, which was him fighting Devin, him fighting Tank, him fighting all the fighters that people, the Shakurs. And this is when he started to break, was right when he was crossing over from fighting prospects or low-level contenders into being in a conversation and becoming a champion. And I think that mentally affected somebody who just was used to being celebrated all the time, national champion, you know what I'm saying, winning all these amateur tournaments and things of that nature. I think the test came and started messing with him. Tank as well. I think the high level of competition started to mess with him mentally. You know what I'm saying? I think he started to, wow, I got to fight this dude. What has he done that? Brother, stop it. Why everybody just beat him then. If it's that easy, like David Benavidez said about Canelo before, and I always celebrate what David said because it was true. And he said, brother, if I'm really not all that, if I beat nobody, if I'm not that good of a fighter, why wouldn't you take $100+ million to come and get the easiest paycheck of your life? Why, if I'm really black as you say you are, why wouldn't you come pick up this $100 million, this easy $100 million that you got everybody believing it is? No, the reason you're not fighting me is because there's a very good probable chance I'm gonna whoop your ass, bro. Or at least you 100%. Believe it. Period. That's what it comes down to. You don't want me to whoop your ass, bro. Stop telling these people I suck, because if I suck, that would have been the easiest $100 million that you ever made. And you would have got that money because people are gonna watch it because I'm popular enough to be a good dance partner for you, to give you the biggest show. No, you're not fighting me because my big ass is gonna lean on you and you ain't trying to deal with that. I mean, I'm a threat. Same thing with Tank and the big fights that everybody keep asking him for, and his fans have a hard time processing that. They have a hard time accepting the fact of the reality. Even with this Jake Paul situation, they turn it into something that's just stupid, right? At the end of the day, that man could have fought Lamont Roach, period, bro, and still fought Jake Paul. But the reality was, on the back end of a loss against Lamont Roach, that Jake Paul fight wasn't going to hold the weight. And I'm not saying that he thought he was going to lose, but people deal with being able to lose like they're gonna lose. You know what I mean? Right. People don't like to gamble. They look at it's competitive. I can lose. I might as well. Then that means I'm gonna lose. They don't even want to play the game and risk losing. And you see him all of a sudden becoming super disenchanted with the sport. When in his last chapter, when Amazon is shooting him a 6-7 fight deal, but the deal is fight Shakur, fight Tio, fight Keyshawn, fight the most competitive fights in the space. All of a sudden, he's talking about retirement. All of a sudden, he's talking about, what did these dudes do to fight me? Why you keep bringing these dudes up? It is what it is. I've seen it happen on a schoolyard level. Even when, like, you ever had a friend who's supposed to fight somebody, with him, and it gets closer to the time to fight, and he start making excuses. I don't even need to fight that dude, bro. I'm gonna go out here when one of us probably going to get locked up, and you look at him like, what the hell are you talking about, bro? You gonna go in the back of this school, bro. You gonna go fade this motherfucker. We've been waiting all day. We gonna go in the back of the school. You gonna fight this dude? Yeah, he not even worth it. Who you talking to right now, bro? You scared? I ain't scared, bro. I know you. You still my friend, bro. We cool, but you scared. Because you talking scared. We know what scary talk is. When you start talking about discrediting the guy you got to fight and how he's not worth it, shut up, bro. We know what it is. And I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, you my friend, but I'm going to keep it real with you. And Javante, I'm not necessarily saying he's scared, right? But I am to a large degree, right? Like, I'm not necessarily saying, because I think he's a good fighter who can beat all these fighters. But I do think the competitive nature of the sport, being used to getting into fights where you don't believe those guys can beat you, is different than going in the ring with people who you think can beat you. I think it's different. You know what I'm saying? I think it's different going into the ring with somebody and knowing that it's very low probability that they're going to beat you. Right. And going into the ring with somebody where they can beat you. And I think there's a whole different energy behind that mentality. And if you're not used to having that mentality, like I think Terence Crawford is, I think Terence Crawford went into that Errol Spence fight like that. He can beat me. He can beat me. He's going into this Canelo Alvarez fight understanding like this dude could beat me, bro. This is I'm taking a chance. I'm about to go in here and fight the living daylights out this dude, and I plan on beating him, but I can lose this fight.
That's 100%.
And I can lose it bad, but it's not stopping him from taking that step forward because everybody has fear, right? That's what they say. Everybody has
what keeps you hungry. That's what keeps you hungry, really.
It's what you do with the
fear. If you know you can easily beat somebody, how hard are you going to train?
Thank you.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, the fear is always there, but they say it's what you do with the fear that separates you from the next man, right? Like we all scared, but what do? Do you step into the fear or do you step back and hide and cower and hide in the dark from the fear? That's the one thing Teddy Atlas always said about Mike Tyson. And you know, people can say what they want. I love Mike Tyson. I got him right here on my wall, right behind me, bro. I love Mike Tyson, man. He represented a lot in boxing when I was younger, man. One of the reasons I love boxing was because watching Mike Tyson as a young guy, right? But at the end of the day, Teddy Atlas said that dude, when it came down to the real challenges, he said Mike was a scared little boy. Mike was a guy who fought because he was being bullied, but he just finally fought. He was being bullied a lot longer. You know what I'm saying? Before he finally decided to stand and fight. And when it came down to the big challenges, Mike was always that little boy. I always had to convince Mike to get in the ring, always convince Mike to jump into the tournament. We've seen pictures and videos of Mike getting coddled by Teddy, right? Like, I don't want to disappoint anybody. He's crying outside, and Teddy's like, you got this, Mike. You can make this happen. And Mike come in. Now, once he got that switch hit in his mind, it was a problem, right? Once he got that switch in Mike's mind to go, it was a problem for anybody who's getting in the ring with him. But that little 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hour before the fight, Mike was outside the ring. Why was Mike outside the arena? Think about that. Mike was on his way. He was leaving. Mike was on his way out the arena. And Teddy was like, where you going, Mike? No, bro. What's going on? Nah, I just don't know. I don't know. I don't want to disappoint Gus. And he's saying everything he could say to get to the point to where, I think Teddy, if he spoke on it, he's going to be like, yeah, he was saying all that, but I knew what it was. It was very simple for me. Mike was scared. He was scared. That's what it was. And I had to talk him into getting into that damn ring. But these fighters like Gervonta Tank Davis, like Ryan Garcia, like a lot of these fighters, they don't have to do it. They can get around it. They got promoters who will move them and matchmake them and make it to where they don't got to face their fears. And the longer they take to face their fears, the more diabolical it gets. And towards the end of their career, it starts to show up as a lot of what do kids do again? A lot of fits, right? A lot of fits that they're throwing. There's another word for it too, right? When your kid is like, you know what I mean? He's throwing temper tantrums. Thank you, bro. What we're seeing is a lot of temper tantrums. That's what we see. I believe we're seeing in Ryan Garcia. That's what we seen with Tank. I think we've been watching Tank throw temper tantrums. Even with his lack of communication to the Twitter space, like how he communicates and he races his Twitter. He says something crazy, then he races him in Twitter. This is all like childlike, you know what I mean? Like nanny poo poo childlike games that are being played. And I think we're dealing with a lot of kids in this space. And we're watching kids deal with their emotions in a way that nobody showed them how to deal with their emotions because they've been celebrated the whole damn time.
Right, but that's why. But it also comes. I say it does have a background, Clay, of how they were pushed and how they were elevated. All the elevation and like you see it with a lot of athletes. A lot of these athletes like who was it? The dude for the Minnesota Vikings played for the Eagles. He said no, the receiver. I know that's my guy too.
The receiver from the Vikings played on the Eagles.
He played on the Eagles first. He moved.
Chris Carter.
Chris Carter. Chris Carter. So Chris Carter had a breakdown. I don't know if you ever seen an interview of him saying like he would never beat his child because of what went through on with him as a child, him being pushed through things, and
he was an alcoholic too. He had an alcohol problem, I think.
Right, and a lot of he's saying he suffers from certain things because of the fact that he was always push. Like the mental health is serious, especially when you come to these high profile athletes, right? Mm-hmm. And you become a star. They're being elevated to the moments where they can't handle the pressure once they get there. And that's what it all comes down to. I think you're right. Everything you said is 100%. They had that same. They never grew, and because they never grew, they were always the stars. So they were treated certain ways, right? By the coaches, they were treated certain ways. But the people that pushed them, like their parents, oh, you got to go make everything for them. You're talking to an 8-year-old kid. You're going to have to be the best, bro. You're going to have to go make all this bread and bring it home to daddy and mommy and build us a new house and like putting all that pressure on a 9-year-old kid playing Pop Warner football or AYF. Now you got him in high school. You're going through the same thing. Look how good my son is. And you're putting all this pressure on him to be an all-state, all-American, whatever the case may be, basketball or anything. Then football, boxing, and you do the same thing. You put all this pressure on these kids. And what happens is they get to a point where they break. And when they break, it's like the parents are still pushing them or the coaches are still pushing them. They're not letting down. And that's why I said the rebellion thing happens where you start seeing them telling you, you know what I mean? I don't want to be a meme. Or like you said, Ryan mentioning that, you know what I mean? Like Oscar putting a lot of pressure on him. Oscar kept him away from the big fights, right? They babysit him, but yet they made him be something he wasn't. You just go keep doing YouTube videos, will manage your career. And when he got under the bright lights, it was heartbreaking for him. He didn't know how to maintain the part of losing. Then you get to you mentioned Daniel Dubois. He don't know no better, right? We believe that he's maybe on the spectrum, whatever the case may be, but his father babysit him. His father's arguing with the trainer in front of him. Like these things are happening. Teofimo Lopez. Dad has his issues with, substance abuse, apparently, right? This is what people said. He drinks alcohol. I don't know. I can't say that. I'm just going by what the rumors say.
That's what it is.
Listen, man, I ain't saying it. I'm letting people talk about it. But anyway, regardless of what it is, Teofimo has to deal with that. He has to watch this. Why his relationship with his parents aren't probably the same as this, and that. And then I think one time we alluded or came to a speculation or something of maybe that's why his baby mom left him, because it was him or his dad, her or his dad. And he chose his dad over her. And right. That was probably a huge problem because he didn't understand how to move without his dad. But at the same time, his dad's always in the way and he doesn't know how to stop it. So all these things collaborate into some painful mental health. And it is just, like you said, it's the child mentality. They don't know how to not be spoiled, but at the same time, they don't want to be the child that is what do you call it? Accused. I'm trying to use the right word. Punished. They don't want to be the right kid being punished. So they do everything to be favored, but at the same time, they're rebellious. So it plays a part. And I think a lot of this mental health comes from that, man. 80s babies. Shout out to 80s babies for being the toughest mofos on the planet. But anyway, that's
shout out to the babies, the kids that was out there drinking water out the faucet.
Exactly. Yeah.
Shout out the hose on the side of the crib, bro, because we weren't allowed back in the damn crib when we got going on. When we got put out, we wasn't allowed back in unless we was gonna stay in. We knew when we went in, we probably staying in because our parents was not playing games.
Exactly. But go ahead, Casey. Man, I just thought that was a good
oh yeah, no. All you guys are right when you say I gotta run. I gotta head over to work, but I just want to say, listen, you guys are doing great. Respect to Clay. Listen, man, Clay, Smoke, bringing me on. Like I said, you guys are doing amazing work. Ray, Keon, you guys are great. Everything you're saying about the mental health aspect is 100% true. I just want to give my big elevations to you guys holding down the platform, speaking all the facts, giving professional insight, world-renowned, educational formatting on the platform. And I just want to express, my gratitude for having me on and giving me a voice on this and able to, collaborate and be a team member with you all and keeping the unified tie strong and big respects and many blessings and much faith, man. And I'm going to still, stay doing my research, stay hitting the books and we're going to have more of these, man. I just want to express my gratitude to you guys.
Too, definitely.
Right.
You do. I welcome them. I appreciate you coming up here as well and sharing with us, bro. It's valued. And I'm looking forward to see you up here again, man. You know what I mean? Don't be a stranger, for sure.
For sure, man. Shout out to everybody. Judah, Team Judah, my girl Bobby Joe coming on here with our platform that we're doing. Big respects to that. And keep a lookout. Like I said, I'm all hands on deck. Anything that, you guys need me to dish and assist, all you guys, I'm always here for that. So just let me know what you need and I'll provide the feed.
No doubt. I love it, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
No, big respects, man. Salute to you guys, man. I'll talk to you guys soon.
No doubt.
All right, bless up. Appreciate it.
Peace.
Later.
Good work, man. Clay. That's great facts. I was listening to what y'all were talking about earlier. It's funny. I don't want to bring up names, but somebody brought us up today, and I was laughing. I was like, yo, what? You see what happens when you speak on people? You speak on them. Look where we are right now.
Listen, man. It is what it is, man.
Yo, it's funny, right?
We're
And
not talking about you. You ain't doing. You're not doing
right. And look at the company we keep. And I only got a message from somebody that let me know what was going down because I was asleep all day. So, I work overnight.
It is what it is, man. You can't do what we do, or you won't do what we do. Either way, we on two different lanes, man. It is what it is, brother. It is what it is. But nah, man, this mental health aspect of the game, even with a lot, Floyd Schofield is another example. Somebody who,
that's hard. Listen, that breaks my heart. I ain't gonna lie to you because I had high hopes for this kid, and I just see that.
I still think
steamrolling him, man. Pause. But
the link's right there, ETB. If you want to come up, the link is definitely still there. And I definitely wouldn't mind getting some of your input on this point in the conversation. I think you have a lot to share and contribute to it. But with Floyd Schofield, seeing the way he reacted at the end of that fight with Tevin Farmer, I know people will look at that lightly, but I saw that kid have a breakdown and cry like he won the championship.
Relief, right? Like a sigh of relief.
Yes. And to hear him do an interview later and say he was considering retiring if he didn't win that fight. He was considering getting out of boxing because somebody was trying to take it light. He was like, no, I'm dead serious. I was thinking about not boxing no more because why? The pressure of all the talking going on the internet and all the people judging him over what happened with the Shakur Stevenson situation. And I'm going to be 100 with you. In all reality, what it was, in my opinion, was the father did that to him.
Yep.
You feel me? Why? Because the reason people were talking about him was because what the father was saying. All the accusations and all the nonsense and all the ish talking that he wasn't doing, Junior. But Junior had to take the blow and take the bullets of what his father was doing because he was the fighter. And by his father talking it up like that and him not being able to get into that fight with Shakur because he had medical issues because the weight cut or because he ate some bad food or whatever it was. I think it's fair to say most people just are understanding that kid was not poisoned, right? Like, that's not what it was. I'm not going to say you didn't have food poisoning or you didn't eat something that maybe didn't work with you. Maybe that's what it was. But the narrative of that shit is ridiculous. Nobody believes it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that he understood because of the pressure the father put on him and everything that was said, that if he didn't win this fight with Tevin, he really was.
You're gonna be laughing.
He thought it was over with. He thought it was over with.
You talk about memeing? Yeah, he would have definitely been a meme.
Yeah, even if he didn't even get knocked out, just losing that fight would have been
it would have still been a meme. They would have found a way. They would have found a way. Listen, we got the most talented bunch of talented fan base in sports, I believe. So they find a way to make fun of you, no matter what it is. Even as a content creator, we get made fun of daily. You know what I mean? Not just us, everybody. So we definitely got the most talented and creative minds in the sport. So yeah, don't worry about that. But I just think what you just said, to land my plane real quickly, is even the British boxing committee never found any. There was no findings of any food allergies, food poisonings, this and that. You heard the stories that they put him inside that he was admitted to the hospital on his own, and you know what I mean. And they moved him out of the fight because he was in the hospital. There was no order for them to go to the hospital. It was put out there, and it's crazy that. I mean, once this stuff starts getting released because you keep trying to kick people's backs in, it comes back to honesty. And when the honest parts come out of it, what do you do then? Then you go, I got receipts. What's the receipts going to do when they don't match up with the facts? So,
or drop the receipts.
Right. They don't line up with the facts. Exactly what it is. So, I mean,
it's bad that you didn't drop it, that you said it all that and you didn't drop the receipts at the end of the day. But these fighters are kids, man. They're kids, bro. Like, I mean, I don't know. Keon,
how do you feel childhood? You're right.
Keon, outside of Naji confronting Ryan Garcia on the racist things that he did, right? And said, did you walk away? I walked away from that interview feeling like Ryan is not dialed in. And mentally, he can't get past a mental block to allow him to be the fighter he could be. How did you feel about that?
I agree with you 1,000%, but we can go back all the way till back to a couple days after he beat Devin Haney. I did a video and I told everybody, I said, if they ever rematch, I said Ryan is never going to be able to beat Devin Haney again. And the reason I said it is because, and I explained, I said Ryan is not disciplined. I said in that year late, and then when he got that suspension, I said it's the worst thing that can happen to him because he's not disciplined. So he can't stay focused for a long period of time. You see what I'm saying? Somebody like that, especially when you get money. Now he got a million other different things to do, and it's very hard for somebody like him to stay focused for a long period of time. That's why he's a fighter that has to have someone. Okay, you got a fight coming up right now. Okay, now you got another fight. Like you got to make him stay focused. You got to be on him. He's not a disciplined mind that could just do it on his own. And so now he's telling y'all, well, I wasn't even training and I was effing off, and then they just called me to fight Rolly. Well, what you mean you wasn't trained like you were supposed to be? This is your profession. So that tells you he don't take his profession serious, right? You see him sitting on the couch with Naji, and like he ain't got a muscle in his body.
I was gonna say that.
You notice that?
Bigger than 170, bro. He looked like he was about 200.
You know what I'm saying? He don't have and so he's talking about all these other elite fighters like the Shakurs, even Teofimo Lopez. I don't, I think he's overrated, but he's talking about all these other fighters, like what he'll do to him. No, you won't. Those are fighters that take their craft serious. You know what I'm saying? They're always in shape. They always train. You're not finna beat them because he reminds me of an Adrian Brunner, right? He's all talent. He's all talent. AB had a lot of talent, just like Ryan Garcia. You got the hand speed, you got the power, you got those attributes, but you don't have one of the biggest things that you need in boxing. To me, it is the biggest. One is the mindset. The next thing is the discipline. You don't have the discipline. So once you get to that top level, you're going to continue to get exposed because at that top level, these fighters know what you got. They know what to look out for. You're not going to beat the elite fighters because you're not disciplined enough, right? While you was partying and drinking and doing whatever else, they was working. They was putting in that work. And at that elite level, man, when you get in there with them, it shows. That's why he's never been a champion. That's why when he's put in the big fights, he ain't never been able to win them. Except for the Devin Haney fight, but we know it was an asterisk next to that.
Do you think that he operates behind that left hook a little too much as far as like if the left hook doesn't work, he has a little bit of a breakdown. Like he doesn't have anything behind it.
Does he? Yeah, I mean, we all see that. But see, the reason he does, you know why? I'm going to bring up Adrian Brunner, right? Again, and I hate to sound like I'm shitting on Adrian Brunner, but I'm bringing him up because he's another high-profile fighter that we all had high expectations for at one point, right? And he never lived up to that, right? And it's the same thing. It's the discipline because he doesn't stay disciplined enough, right, to be able to put these other things in his offensive arsenal to be able to use them comfortably, right? So he always go back to what he know. You know what I'm saying? He know that left hook because he could throw that bitch with his eyes closed. He could throw it in his sleep, just like AB. AB never let his hands go because he wasn't disciplined enough to train like you see a Mayweather, like when he was training next side by side to Tank. You know what I'm saying? Like Tank was outdoing him. I seen some of that training because AB couldn't keep up. He trained like AB. He trained like he fought in the ring. Taking long breaks, not throwing his hand. The same thing with Ryan Garcia. He he not training like when you talk about some of these fighters that's like just putting in just serious work in the gym, right? Like a Terence Bud Crawford, like a Errol Spence, like a Shakur Stevenson, like a even T.O., like a some of these fighters that like a Floyd Mayweather, like they said Floyd Mayweather would just go in and wouldn't even take no breaks, right? He ain't got that in him. He's not gonna do that. He's not disciplined enough to do that. And then if he got a coach that's trying to make him do that, he still got that mentality that a lot of these youngsters got nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like they damn near think you trying to abuse them.
Oh yeah, they can't even take it. They're breaking. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, it's abuse. So I think that he cut from that cloth, man. He's cut from that cloth. You can't. That's why he's always having different trainers because you can't tell him shit. That's why when they ask him, when Naji asked him, like, man, about the trainers, he couldn't even tell you, right? He couldn't even tell you because he might not like. It sound like that Joe Goosen made him work too hard, right?
Yep.
He's like, well, man, Joe, like he don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like Eddie Reynoso, you already heard what Eddie Reynoso said about him. Why they kicked him out the gym? They wasn't lying on that kid. They wasn't lying on Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Some days he want to go in there and work hard. Some days he don't. He want to go in there and slack off. So we don't want that in our gym. And so that just all comes down to he can't stay disciplined and focused for long amounts of time. He can't. He was talented enough, right, to get to this level with his talent. With his talent, right? But at the elite level, everybody got some type of elite talent.
100%.
And just to mention what you just said, look what happened when he was doing what Frank Martin said about him when he was like, yo, I don't know what he was doing while he was working with Derek James. And the reason why a lot of those people left that camp because of the antics that he was doing and always recording himself and couldn't stay off the cameras and focus on training. We seen it live, regardless of him saying, oh, I was just selling fights, whatever. You're right, lack of discipline. And we were all talking about it, right? We were all sitting there week to week talking about everything he was doing, preparing for fights. And we were like, yo, this dude he's a clown. Like, yo, he's on something. And we're like, why is Derek James was sitting in the corner, like looking at him like, why am I sitting down? Like, what? I would have kicked him out the gym. I'll be honest with you, but he was doing some crazy shit. And you were 100% right, man. And all his trainers have said the same thing. Derek James, I just think and I hate to say it, it's just the money blinds him to certain things. And I'm not knocking Derek James, but I'm just saying he allowed him to do these things. That was his safe place. That's Ryan's safe place. So he stays there because he can. And it's sad.
No, I agree with you on that too as well. If you see him staying with Derek, it's because Derek's not is allowing him to do something because he's left the other trainers and when they ask him to do something. So he's not staying with Derek because Derek is being strict. He's staying with him because he's being real lenient with him. And that being said, can Ryan achieve anything in this boxing space without crossing that threshold, without dealing with this lack of discipline? Or I call it I put it all under the bracket of mental integrity, right? Like mental strength, because it takes strength to be disciplined. It takes mental discipline. It's a mental discipline, right? To get up in the morning and go to the gym or eat a certain way or not drink, not smoke, or not go to sleep at a certain time so you can get 8 hours of sleep. All those things are mental discipline. Can Ryan, at his skill set and what he brings to the table with that left hook and things of that nature, can that translate into championships and still being up there with the best fighters? Or is just are we 2-3 fights away from seeing him just retire from the sport because Rolly Romero exposed him and said, bro, once you get past that left hook and you neutralize that boy ain't nothing. He's all thumbs. He don't bring nothing to the table.
Tank showed you that. Tank showed us that because he couldn't land that left hook. Like Tank was making him look silly because he kept over and over and over. But that comes from how you train. When we see him train on the bag, what is he doing?
Left hooks.
Left hook over and over and over. He might throw a straight right, and then he throwing left hook, left hook, left hook, left hook, left hook.
Jab.
You don't see him do nothing else really.
Yep. Hook off the jab.
Yeah, like that's how he. Yeah, when you. That's what he's doing. So it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like what we see, and I hate to say it because I'm a huge supporter, you know, of just a man alone, you know, of Deontay Wilder. But I mean, we see Deontay Wilder every time we see him training, he's doing that same shit. And then when he get in the ring, he's doing that same shit. And now that it ain't coming out as fast, like these fighters, they seeing that shit from a mile away, bro.
Yep.
Right.
They seeing it from a mile away. Like you have to, at the elite level, you got to have that arsenal, man. You got to be able to, you know, if one thing ain't working, you got to be able to go in your bag. And what bag does Ryan Garcia really have that he can consistently do? And he's never gonna have a consistent bag because he's not. He don't have the mentality to work camp after camp and stay disciplined and stay focused, man. That's why he'll never be a champion that's able to reign and or he's always gonna be. He might pull off a big win and then he gonna go back and have a low, and then it's always gonna be like that. So it's just mental, man. He don't have the mentality and he don't have the discipline, and that's you know, a sad thing that a lot of fighters don't have. Shit.
And I think you see it, and we're seeing that a lot, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot of fights when, you know, when these matchmakers and these promotional companies were matchmaking for these fighters and padding their records up. You see how they deal with the adversity, right? Like you see when it comes time for them to challenge themselves. Like I watch Edgar Berlanga, in my personal opinion, duck David Morrell. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. You know what I'm saying? Duck Diego Pacheco. Duck all the big fights.
He ducked Caleb Plant, and he might have could have stopped Caleb Plant.
But he knew that he leveled out, right? Like he came into boxing, I think, a better boxer than he is now, if that makes any sense. Like he was a more well-rounded fighter coming into boxing than he ended up right now. Now he's become very one-dimensional. You know what I'm saying? Trying to knock people out. And when that's not working, he gets in Hamza Shiraz performance, right? He gets exposed. And I think Tank, same thing mentally. I think the mental block for Tank is the competition of the sport at the high level. I think that's what's made him disenchanted with the sport. I used to think it was the money, but it's not the money, bro, because there's money there.
I'm trying to tell you, Clay.
Yeah, you're right.
I've been trying to tell everybody, man. I can see it in them. I was an athlete, man. I know them type of athletes that don't have that competitiveness, and that's why these promoters, right? And they see they can get a lot of money off of you. That's why they move you certain ways, because they know that, you know, hey, if we put him in this situation, he's going to fail, and he's not going to know mentally how to deal with it. You know, man, when you got somebody that really believe in you, once you get to a certain point, they're not trying to move you a certain way, right? They like, hey, shit, what you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Like real talk. If they believe in you, they trying to get you. Like look how, look at somebody like a Abdullah Mason, man. You think they'll be putting this Abdullah Mason in the ring against this knockout artist Sam Noakes if they didn't believe in him?
Right.
You think that Floyd Mayweather wouldn't be trying to get put Carmel Moten in the ring with Lamont Roach right now, which is crazy if he really didn't believe in him, but he never did that shit with Tank. That lets you know something. He never tried to do that with Tank.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
And then what was the tell-all with that situation, bro, is when he threatened Tank with a Vasyl Lomachenko fight. What else do we need to know? What else do we need to see? Like, how can
I thought it was like I made excuses for Tank, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. And you know, it's so funny because people really had me as a Tank hater, and it's like I always made excuses like, nah, that one got to be right, this, that, and the other. But you get to the point to once Turkey came into the game, he exposed a lot of fighters because The money wasn't the issue, bro. It wasn't the money, bro.
I said it, but I was saying it the whole time, Clay. I was like, hey, I kept telling people, Ray, you remember me saying, I said, this is going to be the year shit or get off the pot.
Yep.
I told everybody that shit in 2024. I said, Turkey Al-Sheikh is in the game. He's going to expose a lot of y'all favorite fighters, and it's going to be shit or get off the pot. And that's exactly what we seen.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. And that's why I celebrate somebody like David Benavidez. When he did the move he just did, he made me so proud because I knew who he was in my heart. But when I saw him make that move in League Saudi, he started to make me feel some kind of, I was like, hold on, bro. Is this dude just hyping us up? Like, what's going on with this, bro? Nah, bro, you just went to Saudi. I know Turkey's serving them dudes up for you, bro. He's about to pay you a big ass bag of money to fight Caleb, and you rather walk away with a belt that Mauricio Suleiman is forcing this dude to vacate. When I seen him come full circle to fight Anthony Yarde on the Saudi, I was so happy because he had me when he made the David Morrell fight. But when he did that move right there, it started to make me wonder. Like, it made me question everything about him, man.
I never questioned David, man. I never questioned David because man, he been moving so solid. You could just tell, man. He's one of the rare fighters in the game that wants to show everybody I am the best in the world.
Yes.
If you don't believe it, I believe it, and I want to show it. Right? I want to show everybody by fighting the best, bro. That is the competitive nature that the sport of boxing was missing for so long.
Yes.
These fighters were so afraid to test their skills against the elite because what if I lose? What if I lose? That's why I always respected Errol Spence, man, because he didn't really he was always willing to fight the best, no matter what people say about him. I'm going to respect a man that's willing to fight the best, no matter what. Deontay Wilder, that's why I'm always a big fan of Wilder.
Do you think that Errol Spence's mentality messed with the PBC algorithm a little bit? Like, do you think he made it difficult for them? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, for sure.
They would have moved him differently if he would have sat back and just allowed them to move him differently. That he would.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, but see, but what happened is that he was in the same position as Tank, right? Mm-hmm. He got himself in the same position as Tank is because, well, y'all can't tell me how to move now because I'm the one that's bringing in the bread. People got to understand it wasn't Tank, it was Errol Spence that was doing the pay-per-view numbers.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And then it was Errol Spence and Wilder. Those were the ones that was doing the pay-per-view numbers. You know what I'm saying? They took a back seat and sat down.
Right.
You know, but those were the ones that was consistently doing the 300,000 plus pay-per-views, right? And so with that being said, Errol Spence was in that driver's seat to where he could pretty much, if it was on the PBC, because at that time it was still kind of like the top rank in PBC. They was kind of, they wouldn't really making fights like that with each other every once in a blue moon, right? But he was kind of in the driver's seat to tell them, look, man, I want him, and I want him, and I want him. So they couldn't really move him and put him in them fucking negative 2,000 favorite type fights, which they probably would have done, or move him around and. Well, you gonna fight this Mexican and you gonna fight this You know what I'm saying? Because
he went to the zone to fight Caleb Brooks.
If they had, he would have been a much bigger star. But he just had that competitive nature in him to where he was like, I don't move like that. I'm not moving like that. You know what I'm saying?
One of the best things I ever heard Errol Spence said that made me a fan of him was strap season. I love that line that he used to say all the time. It's strap season. I loved it because the one of the worst things I think ever happened to boxing is the fighters jumping on that the belts don't matter campaign. And I understand where it came from to a degree as far as the sanctioning fees and all that, but it didn't do boxing fans a favor to have fighters who could say they were the best without fighting the best. And I believe once they took the value away from the titles, Once they took the value away from the titles, they took that away from the fans because the fans needed those titles to balance a fighter's prize fighting mentality with the legacy mentality. And as fans, we lost out on that. We lost fighters once they stopped valuing belts. Once they stopped valuing belts, we lost boxing, bro. We lost it. And I'm just so happy to see it getting ready to come to a circle, man.
Clay, man, I hate. My bad, Ray. I was just gonna say real quick. That's one thing I hate, bro. Don't tell me you're the best if you ain't willing to fight the best.
Oh.
I can't stand that. That shit gets under my skin. Don't get in front of the camera and tell me what you'll do to this fighter, this fighter, this fighter, and this fighter. But why I need to fight him?
Oh.
Like that. Don't just shut up about the shit if you're not willing to show me. Okay, well, you talking that shit. Okay, well, I want to show you. If you ain't one of them type of people, shut up. Don't even mention them other guys.
100%, bro. 100%. Shout out to TR. I ain't seen you in here in a long time, TR.
Yeah, TR.
Says, Claymore, you doubted Crawford for the longest, sir. What made you come around me? Ray,
no, you must be talking about me.
I'm a Terence Crawford fan. I mean, I'm not even a fan because I by the way, I stopped saying that word because this boxing space has perverted that word the same way a certain community has perverted the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? The rainbow used to be cool, like it was a rainbow. You go look for the pot of gold in the rainbow, but now it's turned into we can't rep the rainbow no more. And I put that on the same level as a fan. I'm a supporter of Terence Crawford, and I've been a supporter of Terence Crawford since day one. Like I'm the biggest. Like trust me, bro. I've been telling everybody that Terence Crawford was gonna get Canelo when Ray used to be like, bro, you just doing too much, bro. You just. Am I lying, Ray?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. You said you wouldn't be surprised that fight is me.
A long time ago, before he even thought about fighting at 154, I was like, that fight right there can get made.
I was the one that was picking Errol Spence over Crawford. That was me. I was picking Errol Spence over Crawford all the way up until, to tell y'all the truth, and people know about this story, all the way up until the day of the fight, before the fight happened. Then I was like, yeah, Errol Spence ain't gonna. And it might sound funny, y'all might not believe me, man. I had a dream the night before the fight that Errol Spence got beat up real bad, and he got stopped. And on my kids, and on my kids, I called my partner, right? I called a couple of my partners, right, that like to bet a lot of money. I said, do not put your money on Errol Spence. Don't do it. Now, I ain't gonna tell you if they listen to me or not. That's a whole different story. Right. But yeah, I called him and I told him like, don't do it. Don't do it.
I knew that Errol was gonna lose. I
told him about that dream.
The media workouts. Remember the media workouts?
Mm-hmm.
When I saw the media workouts, two things. Number one, Errol had a hard time keeping his balance. If you paid attention in those workouts, he kept like,
yeah, he did. Yep.
Right? Derek kept catching him with little shots and stuff that he was going to be getting caught with. And I was like, he looking weird. Then I heard the rumor that homie was walking around. I had some people telling me homie was walking around at those media workouts up in like the high, like 170, 180s. You know what I'm saying? Like he was walking around that heavy. And they'll probably exaggerating. The people who I talked to were just looking at him. You know what I'm saying? And seeing what it looked like he was. And I remember saying to myself, yo, he looks so ripped in those media workouts. I said, how much weight can he really lose? Like he's going to cutting into muscle. And I told my cousin, I said, I don't think that dude's gonna have no energy on the night, bro. Terence is gonna tear him up. I feel like calling my cousin. He was like, bro, you bugging, because he was all about he crazy, man. He does this all the time. I'm like, nah, bro. He is ripped, bro. Like he's skin to muscle, bro. He's got.
They said he was running the mountain the week of the fight, bro. Yeah. He was out running the Vegas mountains and shit. It's like, I don't like talking about that because you got the certain fans that, you making excuses for him. I'm like, man, I'm just telling y'all what you know what I'm saying, what they were saying. Like nobody's making excuses because at the end of the day, Terence Crawford still got in the ring and did what he did. It could be a whole bunch of what ifs and all of that. So I don't even like to go into that because
I don't like those real conversations, but that's just it's science, it's reality, it's You can love your fighter, but a bad weight cut's a bad weight cut, bro.
It is,
Like,
right?
when you get bad weight cut, you know what it is.
Another thing, Clay, is when I start. Another thing that made me start like, well, damn, man, Errol Spence. I don't know. He might not. He might get his ass beat. Is when he start talking about money, especially when they was face to face, and he was like, and I forgot what the conversation was verbatim, but it was something like Terence Crawford was kind of like on some I'm gonna beat your ass, and Errol Spence was like, yeah, said, well, we gonna make a lot of money too. And I was like, nah, bro, that ain't it, bro. Like that ain't the old EJ that I knew. That was like he wouldn't have never said no shit like that before. It was kind of like, when you start focusing on money first. When you start focusing on money first, that's where the mentality, the mindset ain't there. That's when you telling yourself, well, if he do beat me, you already lost. Then if he do beat me, at least I'm still gonna make a lot of money. You already lost because now you got that if I lose. In winners that don't know how to lose, that still got that in them that nobody can beat me, right? They don't think that. It's a certain mindset that you have in you until you lose. You know what I'm saying? A competitor at the highest level that really think that nobody can beat them, they have that in them, and so they're never gonna think like, well, if I lose.
Yo, it's crazy.
You ain't never heard Crawford say no shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, nah, it ain't gonna when I,
He'll never let you talk like that around him. He'd be like, he doesn't even know what you're talking about. You try to get Crawford to give you a if I lose scenario, he's gonna look at you like you dumb. What are you talking about if I lose?
Listen how Earl was talking during that whole conversation, like that whole since he got in Vegas that time, like he was all slurring and sounded slower, not sounding like Earl Spence. Everybody thought something was wrong with him, period, and thought he was on drugs because the way
he was acting like somebody who's in a car that flipped a bunch of times. So the
exactly,
time, right?
It looked like whenever he was. Yeah, exactly. He definitely looked like that then. And he mentioned something earlier with AB, Wilder, and Earl Spence. ETB had mentioned that, you know what I mean, those were the guys, right? And me and you talked about this, Clay, and I said, you know what? I see why Tank ain't fighting nobody. I see why Tank is dead. Because all those guys asked for fights that the PBC was probably against, and all of them lost those fights that they asked for, and PBC was there to protect these guys from being the fighters that they wouldn't be, because they weren't they lost the money. They were no longer the guys in the spotlight. And because of that, you know what I mean, yes, the fan base cared and wanted this and wanted that, but it didn't matter. So what did they do? They took Tank and they put him in a box and they said, look, you can only move this way. Yep. You know what I mean? And hence the 130 pounders, the weight training, the stipulations on different fighters, all those things that took place were for a reason. And no disrespect to Tank, he just took what was there. He said it himself. Listen, man, I fight whoever they put in front of me. So, you know what I mean? Shake up and shout out to the Tank fight card makers for getting all those stipulations put in place and getting these people to sign these contracts and deals for this guy to look great in situation. Because you see, as soon as left, as soon as Floyd left, all those things got difficult to do. And now you see what we got. You got a guy fighting Jake Paul that nobody's really a fan of, and it goes the route of that, and that's just PBC moving that way right now. When it comes to Earl Spence again and all the other fighters, man, they all had their problems, and Earl just looked terrible during that ordeal with Crawford. I just couldn't take it. That whole week, I had a feeling, like you said, I was rooting for him because I can't.
You have a dream too? You told me.
As I told you, right? Then I tell you, I was like, yo, it's crazy because that whole week I was like, I couldn't go back on my words. I'm like, yo, he got to beat him. But I was like, yo, this don't look like Earl Spence. He looked terrible. Like, yo, something ain't right with him. And I was talking to you about it privately, but just regardless, it just wasn't the same thing. It wasn't the same Earl Spence. It is what it is. And maybe it wasn't you, Clay. It was somebody. I definitely might have been Blue. But I was talking to somebody about it. I was just like, he ain't the same guy. But, it is what it is.
No, it is what it is. These fighters, we were talking about it a little bit. Keon, I don't know if you were listening, but we were talking about weight cuts and these fighters staying in divisions a little bit too long. And I think the Errol Spence was an example of that. And not to make excuses, but just to be honest about these things. You know, like I give Showbiz a credit for saying this, right? He said there ain't no excuses in boxing, but there's reasons, right? Like there's no excuses. If you walk into a ring and you say you're ready to fight, we don't make no excuses for you. If you lose, you lose. But there's reasons that can be still legitimate.
Right.
And I think with Errol Spence, you know, there's a good argument to say he stayed at 147, one fight too long, and that was a fight when he fought against Terence.
I think it was more so, Clay. I think it was more so discipline, man. I think that you have one man in Terence Crawford that never cheated on his discipline, right? He was always disciplined. He always stayed in shape. Right. Then you had another man like Terence, like Errol Spence. He was undisciplined, man. You know what I'm saying? He was drinking. He was doing all type of shit that's not conducive to being a fighter at the elite level. Because when you do shit like that, and once you start fighting the elite fighters, it's going to catch up with you. That's why when my man was up here earlier, Ross Clark, when he was talking about how Errol looked, his body was looking different and stuff. That's why, because he had some of those camps were fat camps. Like he said himself when he went into the Mikey Garcia fight, right? It was like, man, I didn't do a push-up or a sit-up that whole camp. He said he came in camp at 180 something, 186 or something like that. He had to cut all the way down, you know, and he said the whole camp was a fat camp. He didn't do no strength and conditioning at all, right? Then, you know, you go to the car wreck to Danny Garcia. Yeah, he putting in work because he trying to get back. So his body gonna look different. You know what I'm saying? Before that, he working with Blu-ray, doing 700 to 800 push-ups, right? And before he even started his workout, you know, before he even started the training and stuff like that, 4 days a week. Your body gonna look like somebody gave you muscles and just said, put them on.
Yeah. Ray, me and Ray met on this conversation. I believe me and him, this is what our conversation that we met on was the lack of discipline. This was a conversation that, you know, this is probably the beginning of the downfall of my relationship with a set content creator, right? Before I understood how diabolical.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
This is when he really just stop liking me, right? Was around this time when I spoke about this fight, and I talked about, you know, a whole entire life of committing yourself to a sport, and in the biggest show of your life, every little shortcut you took will show up against that right dance partner. And when it came to that Terence Crawford and Errol Spence fight, that was a fight where you saw somebody, and I'm not going to repeat what you said, Keon, because you said it perfectly, so I don't even need to add to it. I'm just going to say that at the end of the day, commitment shows, man, on the big stage. On the big stage, hard work matters. Discipline matters on the big stage. On the regular stages, you can get away with stuff. On the big stage, though, the real test, all those shortcuts are going to show up. And they're going to show up in a bad way. You know what I mean? Okay, no doubt, family. But yeah, man, real interesting point of view. But we were talking about the weight cuts. In this sport, and like the Richardson Hitchens, and I personally believe, I could be wrong, but I think Floyd Schofield Jr. is dealing with time to go to 140 issues. You know what I mean? And I think he's hanging around trying to get a title, and I think he's trying to leverage. I think Oscar in particular is trying to leverage a champion at 140 in Floyd Schofield. He wants to get nothing but the biggest fights for Floyd Schofield because he's paying him a lot of money.
I mean,
and he doesn't want to pay. He wants to get, you know, he wants to get championships, and he wants to get that type of leverage to be able to make bigger fights at 140. But I think the young bull might be hanging at 135 too long, and we see a lot of these fighters hang out in these divisions a little too long. Jaron Ennis almost did it. There's an argument there to say that Jaron Ennis, his last two fights, that fight against Karen and Avanesian, he didn't look good in those fight weeks. On the scale, when he got on the scales, like, he ain't look good, man. Jalil Hackett's another one. Jalil Hackett on that scale, it'd be like Jesus, bro.
Yeah, Jalil Hackett's undisciplined though, bro. That is undisciplined. I've seen Jalil Hackett walking around big as a damn house every time after he have a fight, bro. That is not like that's undisciplined when you shrink down all of that weight and then you see him a month later and like they just look sloppy. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't even look like no athlete. That's undisciplined, bro. So you're not living a fighter's lifestyle.
Agreed. And I'm glad Clay brought it up, man. Yeah, exactly how we met on these conversations, because I was there laughing at Clay until Clay gave his little famous speech of he just staring the pot, and that made me like, yo, I understand where this guy coming from. Once I understood where he's coming from, I'm like, yo, it makes all the sense in the world what he's saying, and I gravitated to understanding and building with him on a personal level. You know what I mean, regardless of us being I forgot what we was called, sellouts. You know what I mean? Regardless, but it is what it is, man. At the end of the day, we respectfully understand what boxing is all about, and it broadened our eye bands to our sight to better horizons and bandwidths of the sport. And now, you know what I mean, to be able to talk about it in more detail than what I was able to before, because I was able to talk about boxing. I was very good. I was just more of a debate type guy. You know what I mean? I got into those war rooms. You know, ATV, you know, I was there, right? And those war rooms and debating, bunking these dudes all day. But I had to get away from that. You know what I mean? Think, you know, Clay saved me. But
did I save you?
Yeah, you saved me. You saved me. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, man.
Because it's easy to get drawn into that shit, man. It's easy to, but you know what? You know why it's not as much of that going on now? You know why? Because these fights is happening. So a lot of these dudes, right? A lot of these dudes, they disappearing because they can't really. They just want to talk about shit that they know that's not gonna happen. Right?
What I call it? The husbands of Hollywood.
Yeah, bro. They don't. That's what I said about a lot of certain fighters fans, right?
Yeah.
They were thriving, right? And it's gonna slow down, right? They were thriving off of fantasy shit, what he will do, what he gonna do, because they knew them fights wasn't happening, so they was in a safe place. I guarantee you, if some of them fights were to be announced, I guarantee you their energy would have been different. That energy would have changed.
Yeah,
right.
Because a lot of these dudes got pride in the end. They don't want to look wrong. Everybody ain't gonna be like me and Clay and you. If they wrong, come and do a show and be like, you know what? Hey, man, salute to such and such, man. You know, hey, I was dead wrong, but you know, a lot of dudes ain't gonna do that, man. They don't have the integrity to do that. They all about ego.
Exactly.
Their favorite fighters, right? And I'm trying to say it respectfully and just trying to say general, right? But their favorite fighters are doing them no service, right? Like their favorite fighter is completely now F it, I'll say Gervonta Tank Davis, right? One thing I know about the Tank fans is they will speak for him in 2 seconds, right? And they will dismiss anything he says.
Right. What he meant to say.
They'll say Tank is too small to go up to this division, but Tank could go and entertain a fight with Jake Paul. They'll say Tank is going to fight everybody. He's going to call everybody out, but Tank is talking about retirement. They talk about, you know what I mean? Somebody told me that he's about to do this, but Tank could go and do something completely different. So what ends up happening is a lot of these dudes who want to project and put the jacket on people like me, Ray, you, or my brother Blue Blood Sports TV, another person who they try to play with, and he's always showing out because, and you know, he consumes himself sometimes, I think, with it because it's ridiculous, right? Like he'll give you some information that he has from like a source that it could look, things can change. Like he says, things are subject to change, but these dudes will call them out all kind of liars and everything, but they'll never come back around the corner and be like, damn, bro. Yeah, it turns out that's what it was, bro. They'll never do that, right? They'll give their own theories. Tank, they'll take a Tank tweet, 3 words, and they'll turn it into see what Tank is saying is, and they'll turn into an hour and a half breaking down what those 3 words meant and why he would say it and They try to get logic and why would Tank do this? Why would because Tank ain't thinking like you? Tank is thinking like him. He's not playing chess like you're trying to do. He's not being strategic like you think he's doing. He's speaking directly to you. What he's saying is what he's saying when he's saying it. And ain't no setup, ain't no bigger picture. It's what's happening in that moment.
Right.
You feel me? Like when he's talking.
Hey, Clay.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was gonna say, I was gonna make an example, right? You hear all of these Tank fans, right? They'll tell you how trash Shakur is, right? He ain't this and he ain't that and he ain't even got defense and he's trash. Like they just tear him down I'm talking about they just tear him all the way down, right? And him and a lot of other fighters, right? But I'm gonna make a perfect example. Do you think if a fight between Shakur and Tank got announced, they'd be talking that way?
No.
That's what I'm saying. They'll get exposed because that shit, that whole conversation will change.
But they'll find a way to say that Shakur is a snack fighter now. And
yeah, they're not gonna tell you that he's trash and that he ain't got no defense and he ain't fought nobody. That whole conversation, it will change. They'll start talking different if you announce the fight. But knowing that the fight ain't gonna happen, they live off of that. They thrive in that. They thrive in that because it give them shows, it give them talking points, and they know that it's nothing they're gonna have to stick to and be able to have to answer to. You know what I'm saying? So they like that
fan base. They got a fan base with a low aptitude. I don't care. They got a fan base with a very, and I'm not talking about Tank. I'm talking about the content creators. You know what I'm saying? They got a fan base.
Right.
Have a low aptitude. And they're able to spit that nonsense at them, and they'll sit there and be like, "You cooking?" and it doesn't have to have no facts. And when they're wrong, there's no accountability. There's no questions about. When was the last time your favorite content creator got confronted with Tank's $500 million deal? When was the last time your favorite content creator got confronted with the PVC being bought for $5 billion?
Right.
When was the last time you did that? If you cared about the truth, when was the last time you was like, "Yo, hold up, bro, not for nothing, but whatever happened with that deal, man? We waiting on that deal because if they could get this $5 billion, then Tank wouldn't have to go fight Jake Paul, and you know what I mean, David Benavidez wouldn't have to go fight in Riyadh, and you know what happened? Did you hear anything? Did your cousin tell you how long he was going to take for him to cut the check? Did your second cousin over there with you know the right white group in Europe, they cut the check? You know, are they waiting a little longer? You know what I'm saying? Are they waiting a little longer? Because I mean, we waiting on this $5 billion. I think Tank waiting on that. Tank had $500 million. I think he might stay for another year.
Hey, but it ain't to me. It ain't the one who says the outlandish shit. It's the group of motherfuckers that sit up in there and believe that shit and listen to it every day.
Brother, that's what I'm talking about, right? I just told you the fan base of the content creators have the lowest aptitude. Like they don't have the ability. They just sit there and drink that shit like that damn Kool-Aid that cult leader was giving out to the rest of the you know what I mean, when he killed the whole entire cult that he had out. I can't remember his name, David Koresh or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And they just drink the Kool-Aid, knowing it's poison, knowing it's nonsense, and they don't care. So what ends up happening is people like me, and that's why I don't think people like those guys will ever understand, is like, you guys can't affect me because I lost respect for you guys. I can't have somebody who I don't have respect for, words mean anything to me. You understand what I'm saying? People who I have respect for, like if Keon would have started cooking me in the week, making videos cooking me, it probably hurt my feelings, right? I'm like, damn. But if once I lose respect and I see that all you doing is nonsense and all you believe in is nonsense, all that hate, it actually validates me to see you hate on me. Because if you were to support me, it'd make me question myself because I don't know, I'm not into being supported by foolish shit ass niggas.
Right.
You feel me? I'm not into that. I'm not into that. So you can't affect me anymore because I know you're I'm not going to say you're not smart, but I'm going to say you ain't giving me the evidence of it. You know what I'm saying? When you give me the evidence of it, I will acknowledge you for who you are. But at the end of the day, the reality is boxing is not that complicated.
Right.
It really isn't.
No, I think, man, you got some characters of people, and I ain't gonna name no names, but it's some of these content creators out here, and I don't have to say them. Y'all know who they are. I think that they're smart enough, right? They are smart in certain areas, right? They're smart, right? But they manipulators too. So once they see, once they see that they're narcissists, they're narcissists. So what they see is they see that it's a lot of low IQ gentlemen in this space, right? And they see that they can control those type of characters. So they get their ego, right? They like that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they get something off of that because
that's what
because
they do.
Yeah, because they was never respected like that in real life. So they get to get on YouTube, right? And they get a sense of something that they've never been able to feel in real life. And then they become egomaniacs and narcissists. And they like being able to control a low IQ group of men. You know what I'm saying? Where they say, now I'm gonna just come on here, I'm gonna say anything because I know they're gonna sit around and praise me.
Yep.
I know I can get anything off and they're gonna tell me facts. Yeah. And then they'll go to other platforms, right? And they'll spread this shit. And it'll just go on and on and on. And
I was about to go there. I'm not gonna say
that shit used to it used to bother me, bro. Like it used to really bother me because I'm like, man, Hardy's, but now like I just, I got back away from the space and I got a chance to look at it on the from the outside looking in, bro. Sometimes you got to do that shit, And now I just sit there and I know exactly what's going on and I laugh at it.
What up, Rod? And
the ones that understand will understand. Some will never get it. Some will never get it.
Talk about it. It is.
Bro, I got tired of arguing with people and being like disrespected. And it's just crazy. Like, you like, yo, man, are we talking? Are we having a conversation? Or are you sitting here wanting to go to war with me for what? Over some people we don't even know. Like, first of all, your avatar is a grown-ass man. Like, what is wrong with you, man? Like, seriously? We taking it that serious, right? And
your avatar is you. It's somebody else.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't even you. It's a grown-ass man.
If I sit there and I say, you wish you was this person, would I be wrong for saying that? Like if I say you was envying this person and you wanted to I'm trying to say, like,
yeah,
like I've never thought to do, brother. I mean, this is my avatar. You understand? I've never thought to do nothing else but that. Or the name of my channel at one point was that. I would never have Terence Crawford right here. Never. Right. Ever. Bro, I'm telling you, I just wouldn't do it. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not.
I be saying that shit's crazy to me when dudes be doing that shit, bro. It's like, man. Hey, so Tank, I'm gonna tell y'all some funny shit. So Tank, he put like a post up on X. I don't remember what it was. What was it like? He posted something on X. So one of his diehard Maniac Man fans, right? And this guy is in his 40s like we are. You know what I'm saying? One of his man fans posts a 14-second video, right, of him staring in the camera, just staring in the camera at himself, and he captions under the video, what did he say? He said, I'm tanking for life. And I'm like, bruh,
telling you,
this is a super grown ass man, and this is okay.
Listen,
and he's just staring in the camera and posted it with himself staring in the camera, talking about I'm tanking for life.
Did you see the text that? Hold on, let me get this dive deeper, bro. Clay, did you
still got that? They don't understand,
bro. You still got that one tweet where the dude said, "What?"
Oh no! Yeah, the dude said that I want to have a threesome with you, or something like that, or something like that. He said I want to run a train on a girl with you, Tank. Something like that.
Yeah, these dudes is like, man, it's crazy, bro. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Somebody, right? It was crazy. I'm like, yo, there's something wrong with y'all, man.
No, it's really bad. It's bad out here when it comes to that.
Terrible.
So it's definitely gotten to the point to where you get leathery about it, and that's why I guess that's why even with Naji, it's like with the Naji situation for me, it's just like, nah, bro. Like, let that man do him, bro. Let him cook, because at the end of the day, he's facilitating some of the biggest interviews this space has for us, our community. And if he doesn't want to compromise that because he doesn't want to get into it with somebody or burn a bridge, or he wants to keep an open line of communication with this dude so that he can do interviews in the future, whatever, that's his business and his prerogative, bro. This space isn't going to give us that, because this space is toxic and burns bridges every single day with promoters, with fighters, with trainers, every day with people who think they know their business more than the fighter or the trainer themselves or the promoter who's doing it, and they'll argue instead of ask questions.
I hate that shit, bro. Like, why are you trying to argue with a man that has the contracts in front of his face, right? And you trying to argue him down about his business?
He living.
Like, bro, I hate that shit. I can't, like, shit like that just get under my skin. Like, man, shut the fuck up.
When you get a deal, the first thing that happens is this, and then this. You can't tell. This dude's looking at you like,
it was a setup to begin with. The crazy part, that was a setup. That was a setup.
You know what I mean?
Why was you coming on another man's platform during this interview just to do that? That was a setup. That was, let's debunk this dude. Let's, you know what I mean? And then the fact that the boy that brought you up there left you hang out there to dry and hung you out there.
Some of these, man, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. Some of these men don't even run their own household, but be whoever they want to be on YouTube. I just leave it like that. And I know that for a fact.
I know that for a fact too, especially with specific situations.
Yeah, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, some people they've been delegated a spot in their crib. They've been given a corner, a room to go play in, and that's where they're allowed to be, whatever they want to be. Period. It is what it is. Anyway, that being said, it's about that time for me. We're going on 4 hours. Boxing talk was great. I wanted to speak to the things we spoke on. Great fights coming up in 2 weeks. We're 2 weeks away, man. 2 weeks away, baby. We're 2 weeks away, man. So we're gonna see something special, or we're gonna see something, or our high's gonna get blown. I think we're gonna see something special though.
Right. I think so.
Thank you for everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody with the super chats, man. I appreciate the support on the channel, and make sure you're hitting the like button if you haven't done it. Take a moment to go ahead and do that right now. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, don't waste another minute. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you hit that bell notification so you're getting notified when we're doing videos lives like this and when I'm dropping content. I appreciate all you guys. Keon, man, I always appreciate you coming up here, man. Straight validation to my channel to have you up on my panel, man. It's
always love the shows, man. You come on in the mornings, when I be working and stuff, I'll be trying to catch it here and there, but I'll go back and watch the replay. That's why I was like, that's why I was up here. That's why I jumped up here today and asked for the link. Cause I'm like, oh shit, he on a Saturday. I'm off on Saturday.
Yeah. I happen to be on today.
Let me just shout out T, man, because he was one of my favorite content creators at one point. No disrespect to say at one point. What I'm saying is, before I grew into the space, you know what I mean? I used to rock him. Deep down inside, I'm a Shakur supporter, bigger and foremost. You know what I mean? It was Earl, Shakur, Devin. That was the order. You know what I mean? Of the support system. You know what I mean? I used to hate that I had to challenge you on Shakur on nonsense because I was supporting Dev, because Dev was getting his back punched in every day by people.
I respect any fighter, all these fighters, man, that's willing to get in the ring and just fight anybody.
Yeah, exactly. But so what I mean, we had a little debate there a little bit, but on the most part, we was always respectful to each other, and I always respected what you do, man.
Right. Appreciate it. You too.
I always kept it 100 with you. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, you know what I mean, our fallout friends and stuff like that, they chose the haters over another man that don't even care about them and told them shut up and be a fan. You know what I mean? So they still don't get the message. They still out here talking about his bag and his pockets and his hair grease. So I'm good with it. I'm good with it. But I just want to tell you, man, shout out to you, man. Respect you always, man. Since the day we first met on Blue Blood. Trust me.
Yeah, nah, you too, dog.
Shout out to Dave
I love what y'all doing. I love what y'all doing. Like I said, you know, I still jump on here and there, but man, I like to hear other people like y'all platform and stuff, man, cook and stuff like that, man. You know, that's why I jump up here anytime I can.
Word.
Always welcome, man. Appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
The community, brother. Boxing is great. We're heading into a great era of boxing, man. Kickoff September 13th. And for the rest of the year, looks like it's going to be lit as well. November 22nd, a couple of other dates sprinkled through there. And we didn't get the chance to talk about the Keith Thurman, Sebastian Fundora card that was also announced. I think there's some good fights on that undercard, bro. There's some good fights on that undercard. Shane Mosley Jr. is going to be fighting Jesus Ramos at 160 for an interim title. Obviously, the Stephen Fulton or Shaki Foster fight is going to be on that card as well. It's going to be a good one. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a pop-up tomorrow. I probably am going up tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie. I'm probably gonna go up tomorrow. And we probably build on that, man. I appreciate all you guys, man. Salute to the community. Until the next one, it's your boy Rain. It's that ATB Combat Media Show. Your boy Ray Davis. At this point,
we out.
We out.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing.